Today we're doing some pixel art, and we're also going to be working on the deck builder system. And yeah, I mean, look at this adorable orc. I mean, come on. I'm thinking of redoing the orc. He's going to be almost as big as the troll, but not quite as big. But he's bigger than what I've already designed before. And I've been wanting to redesign him to match him closer to the splash art for a while, but yes, this is me again backtracking on things that I should not be doing. So we're not going to do that until the very last. We're going to be focusing on things that are actually significant. I'm a rebel. I can't help scope creep. I'm a scope creep. Creeping on my scopes. It is what it is. I'm just not responsible enough to do this game dev thing. Total rebel. Just do whatever the hell I want. When I want. It does seem like the changes never end sometimes. Never ends. But it's okay. Okay, this cue was one song long. What the hell happened? I wanted it to play music that I wanted it to play, and it is punishing me. I am being punished. What do you mean? That song's too chill. We gotta be like... Play the quickest, wildest shit we can play. Chocobo theme on guitar? Come on. It's the best. Da, 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 da. Da, da, do, 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 do. Still getting set up here. Bam, 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 bam. Adorable. Thank you, zombie. Kaleidoscope, what's going on? I need that orc's lifting routine. Yeah, he's a bulky boy. Ran away with the slaps. Did it now. So we've got two forms of the card. We have the mini version and we have the big version. And since I made the larger, smaller version, I'm able to add a little more detail so it can represent the original a little bit more, which is good. we're just going to be chilling today. Hopefully taking on some TikTok strays, give them a home, and just enjoy the day. I really felt like streaming. Last night I did not, because I was just in the middle of something in the coding, and it was like very arduous and wanted to focus. So now I'm in pixel art zone, and I always love to share my pixel art's time with y'all. But we're definitely gonna get into some coding because I made some adjustments to the small card, so we're gonna have to modify some coordinates, and I also want to change the way the card is played, the animation. So we're gonna be experimenting with stuff with that. So there's gonna be hopefully some interesting development today. But the biggest goal is getting some art, getting the assets prepared. I hope you guys are staying warm out there. I know it's a cold snap right now. Everyone's freezing. That's if you're in America. If you're not in Australia, you're most likely having your summertime and don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Just imagine you're in Australia right now and the sun is beaming down, giving you the burliest of sunburns, carcinoma level radiation. If only we were so lucky. How'd they add the gloves? Guess I need to go another pixel on this side here. Add the gloves. And then finish cleaning up the mini version. PB, what's going on YouTube? Good morning from Colorado. Let's go. Where it is coldest of all. Wish I were feeling the Australian sun. It's snowing here. Yeah. Imagine the Australian beans. Pour yourself some hot cocoa. For me, I'm having hot collagen drink. I've been just basically mixing collagen powder, chocolate collagen powder with a little bit of almond milk and some hot water lately. It's been my hot drink because I've been taking a break from coffee. I usually would have stuff like that in my coffee, but not today. Not lately. I'm just hydrating with tons of collagen. Hydrolyzed collagen. Wild, you've been cold snapping for a while. It was -2. Wow. It's cold. Kaleidoscope, no scope. What's going on? For learning guitar, should I learn the caged system first or each scale 1 by 1? And so caged, that's more when you're focused on just particular modes, right? I don't know that I ever learned the caged method, but my recommendation, I mean, if you want to learn to improv, then I would start by learning maybe 2 modes out of a scale, and then pick a song that you love, learn what key it's in, learn how to identify keys, even if it's by ear, and then just start jamming. And another thing is pick out solos that you already like and learn them. Just either learn by ear or pull up the tab. Let's see. Guess I'll put this color. Oh yeah, we also need to brighten up the loincloth piece. Oh no! Yeah, I just felt like coming on today and figured we'd all just get toasty and be depressed about TikTok being taken away. I guess they also took Marble Snap away because that was owned. I don't know if that was related to ByteDance or whatever. But it just makes you wonder, like, what other games are on the chopping block. Ba, ba, da, ba, ba.
Come on.
Captain Booty, thank you for the follow. Here, I got a special command for you. Thanks, you definitely want to improve? Well, yeah, go for it, man. Do what you got to do. One day at a time, never give up. And soon, guitar, you will be a guitar god. Ba-ba. Save as. Get version 4 on this too. And that's awesome. I'm glad you are pleased, sir. I hope you're having a cozy day today, and life is good. Because life is good. Sometimes it's bad, but most of the time, it's good. Why? Because we're breathing. We're alive. We're not suffocating or being burned alive. I was just watching The Core, a sci-fi from like 2017 or something. Or no, it was 2003, sorry. And so it was like kind of old school, and the sun's core stopped rotating. And so the electromagnetic field that surrounded the Earth started to disintegrate, and cosmic radiation started to splash all over the Earth, along with microwaves and electromagnetic storms. And so the world started to be destroyed. So they like they invented a tunneling vehicle that could just, within a matter of a few days, tunnel to the center of the Earth with like special lasers and stuff. And then they started setting off nukes in the core to reignite and restart the Earth engine so that people would not be destroyed. So if you guys are feeling cold today, just think of that. Just think of the ozone disappearing and sun rays coming down so hot that they're boiling the sea, and that you would get instantly burned alive. Hopefully that'll warm you up. Just that thought alone. I'm here to help. The movie was cheese. It was cheese, but it was fun. I watch all kinds of movies. And now that TikTok is gone, I'm no longer going to get recommendations for old, shitty movies like that. And my life is just going to be worse for wear. I got tons of like horror film recommendations from the talk and all kinds of stuff, and now it's just gone. So it's lame. It's lame. TikTok refugees in here. That's me, man. That's me. I tried to post my goodbye talk last night, and as it was uploading, it got like halfway. It was like 60% uploaded, and they were like, they stopped it. And then I'm like, why isn't it going anywhere? Is it like being flagged or something? And then I restarted the app, and it's like, the app is now shut down. Get the fuck out of here, you filthy American. And I was like, damn it. I wasn't able to say goodbye. And then I went and I posted a picture of my like splash art that I finished for the game onto Instagram, on the Reenart Instagram, which I haven't posted on it in like months. And I know everyone's like protesting meta right now, and I totally support that. And I was just like testing the waters to see if there was any sort of like anything. And I had like 0 engagement on it. Nothing. And then I go and I post on Blue Sky, and I get like instant engagement. And then I like post on X, and I even got engagement, which I was actually surprised. But the Instagram is just fucking garbage. It's just garbage. No question. It's a waste of time. Because I'm not gonna do this pay to win shit. I'm not gonna be like, oh, like I just have to pay for advertising to like make it big on Instagram. I'm like, nah, not interested. Especially with their like AI bot shit and stuff. So it's, I just feel for the people that were making money off TikTok and they're forced to go to other social medias to try to recapture their audience, and it's just going to devastate like a lot of businesses and stuff. So it's a sad day for sure. But with the executive order, it'll probably come back for just a little bit of time. I imagine it's going to come back for like 3 more months, and then if that happens, I'm gonna spam post as much as I can to try to go viral on TikTok before it's officially deleted forever. Because I didn't even like get to the point where my game was accepted and able to accept wish listing on Steam yet. It's in review right now. It's literally like a few days away from where I can start campaigning for wish listing for my game. And I didn't get to use TikTok at all for that. So I'm like, fuck. Why did I take so long? They do want their money when they find out they can get it. It changes. Well, that's the thing, is like with a monopoly, not only are they like forcing people to come back to their platforms, they're like going to be like, well, we're the only solution in town, so we're going to just charge an arm and a leg for everything. And when you go to like X and when you go to Instagram, it's pay to win. If you want your post to be seen like organically, quote unquote, you have to promote it. You have to like pay for their social advertising. Unless you like network and found a way in another way. But it's basically a rigged game so that billionaires can just become super rich, and they're not like helping like lift up people from the bottom. They're just like, if you want to get on top, you need money, and we need your money. Give us your money. And they don't give a fuck about you. And I'm like, I don't want to play that game. I might feel differently had I already like established a Instagram following, but I think it's like the social status site. It's where people go to like be like, look, I'm pretty, or you know, like I have status, and it's much harder to just break in as a nobody. And I'm for sure just like a nobody when it comes to Instagram, because I just don't ever post. I don't even bother. And I'm just like, there's no way I'm gonna break into this clique. Feels wrong, man. Feels wrong. X is ridiculous right now. We just gotta hope X, not Meta, come close to TikTok. Want the check mark? Is it $200 a month for the check mark for real? It's I wouldn't be surprised if they did start like upcharging, you know, now that they're getting an influx of users. So they're just like, all right, give us your money now. And it's probably going to be garbage, you know? I have contemplated like actually paying for promotion on X to try to break in, and that's just like another like higher status, like long established site. So it's, I think like on older systems like that, it's just much harder to break in because it's already like people have been on that site winning for like over a decade now, and it's for you to rise up the ranks, you either have to just get really lucky with people loving what you do, or you pay. And I'm like trying to make this game for no money, you know, trying to market it organically, which is like the hardest thing you could try to do. It's like 15 a month on Instagram. You think, is that for like a check mark? Is there like a check mark system on Instagram? Because that's insane to me. I never paid for like a check mark on X, and that's probably also why I struggle on X. Because like I said, I'm not like, I don't want to get into these pay to win scenarios. It's total garbage. But I may have to swallow my pride and give in at some point if I look into it and it seems like it's viable for the marketing for the game, then I might consider it. Because I don't want to be totally closed-minded, and because the idea is to get the game to succeed, you know. But I think if you do it right and you go for long enough, that you can find a way to break in your own right without having to pay for anything. And a lot of times people say like paying for ads and stuff on social media is not good. Like it's not really, doesn't really help you that much. So it's like I said, it's a rigged, janky, shitty system. Problem with X is the monetization scamming that's going on. Too much worthless chatter. They sell one now for Instagram. Yeah, that's insane. The whole checkmark thing is just fucking bullshit. I like refuse to buy into like the checkmark system. Like it just says, hey, I have money, and it has nothing to do with like merit, you know, or like how good your stuff is. It's just a matter of I'm giving money to a billionaire. That's like all it is. It's like, fuck you, dude. You don't need it. You already have $500 billion. I think you're okay. Even if you pay for X, the algorithm will expect you to nonstop reply. So you have to be like replying to other people's posts in order to like for X to do stuff for you. Because X or Nature, I know you know a bit about X because you've risen and nuked and risen again, so you know some things. It takes a lot of money to make it worth it, from what I've seen. Yeah, see, it just doesn't seem feasible, right? It seems that money would be better spent on an actual PR team. You know, it's like if you're gonna drop like $10,000, $20,000 on marketing, you might as well do it for like a PR team that knows what they're doing and where to stick you, instead of just like funneling all that cash into Elon Musk's pocket and Zuckerberg's pocket. You know, seems like a waste because they don't actually care about you. You know, you were wrong about the pricing for X. It's more around what Wild said before for Insta, like 15 a month. See, that's insane. Seems like it already went up. Like I remember hearing it was like $7 in the past. But that adds up quickly when you're paying thousands or thousands paying. Yeah, exactly. Enough people are paying that it's like they just love it. It's just like, how can we get these people that are on our site to just start paying us and we do nothing for them, nothing special. They just pay for a mark on their thing and that's it. There's no other benefit, you know? I mean, I don't know about it. I don't know if there's actual, like, if they try to sell you on some benefit, if there's some features that come with it. I don't know. But from what I can tell, it's just a bullshit system. How can we make nothing have value? You were monetized on X. It's a completely rigged system for artists. $8 a month. Rigged against artists, you mean? Ah. Well, yeah, it's also the fact that they're like harvesting all of the data and all of your art and stuff to train AIs to replace you. That's like definitely what's happening on Meta. We already know that. It's no secret. But anyways, I'm just gonna focus on YouTube and Blue Sky, and then I think I'm gonna try a little bit on X. Instagram, I'm not so sure. I might just like toss my post onto Instagram and just expect it to get like no engagement, just to have it there, just in case some fluke happens. But I have no expectation that's actually going to really benefit anything. And I think like stuff that I would post to Instagram would be stuff that I wouldn't mind if it was scraped by AI. You know, stuff that just says, hey, go check this other thing out, where the actual thing is, you know? All right, he's got gloves on now. And actually I could do a little bit of more of a highlight on there. And then we can combine that layer. Here. Okay. So what I'm trying to do right now is adapt the big card to match the little card. Because let me show you what's happening on what I changed in the code recently. This is actually what I was working on over the weekend. So now the card, when it comes in, it shrinks to a little bit of a bigger card, and then I have it just like straight up expand from the card. And so I decided we'll just make the little card, since I have more pixels, I was like curious what I could actually do since I decided to make it a little bit bigger. And it turns out I can actually make it look pretty similar to the original, with the exception that it has like, you know, like it doesn't actually have the text, but like graphically you'll still be able to identify it as the same card, just in a miniature form, and they kind of fade onto each other. So that is, so you still clearly understand which card is which. And I think it worked the other way too, but I was compromising because it was such a tiny version of the card, so I had to like let go of a lot of detail. But now it's like it actually holds on to quite a bit of the detail. Like I just shrank the other one down and then I just cleaned it up on this side, and it was pretty convincing. What did I just, oh yeah, what I want. I mean, it's not like absolutely perfect by any means, but that's what makes pixel art fun. It's when it's like the distillation, you know? Is that gonna work? Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So then when you shrink stuff down in pixel art, it does get kind of messy though. So that's why I'm like, I have to go through and clean each one up and then find its happy place. I don't know if I should actually... I'm just going to leave it like that. And what's different now too is that I'm including the overlap on the outer edge. So we need to jump to this card and see if we can actually fit the entire card in the amount that I expanded it, because I only expanded it by 5 pixels and I don't know if that's enough. Oh. Derp. Click. And go. One, two. I think we need to expand it by another 2. 50. So this one's a hot mess. You actually got all your money back from X. You filed a complaint against the shady practices. They actually went after him. Well, that's good. I'm glad you were able to recoup. Yeah, I think my best bet is just going to be sticking with YouTube and, you know, in Blue Sky, just try to stick with the alternative stuff. And then when it comes to actual, like, bigger announcements, bigger moments, bigger marketing beats, then I can consider on the bigger sites, maybe like paying a little or something to try to promote certain things. But we'll see. I'm really going to try to avoid that like the plague. But I do believe that like the best money you can, the best use of your money in game dev is towards marketing. If you're going to pay for anything, that's what you should pay for. Everything else, you know, you don't want to pay to build the thing. You just want to build it yourself. I mean, that's what I'm doing. And just seeing how far I can get. It's like the rebel way to do it. Like just kind of see what I can get away with without actually wasting a bunch of money on things that just don't work and don't actually provide any benefit. So this was like, this card alone was like the main reason why I wanted to make an alternative small version of the card, because this detail, when it was crunched like this, started to like lose all meaning. So the way I clean this up is probably the most important. Like I need to be able to find a way to make it work. And I don't see any of those colors. Those colors are ass. So let's clean this one up, see what happens. Let's move this over here. You know, when I look at this, I'm just thinking probably the best move I could do is just to draw over it. So I'm going to dump this down here. Use this little whiteout and then just redraw it from scratch. And I'll still kind of trace it, but I'm not going to try to like clean it up into oblivion. I'm just going to start, I want to block color, you know, a base color, and then start to build the shading back up. So I'm really just going to like try to cut out the main stuff. And that way I'm kind of avoiding spending infinite time trying to clean up. So let's see what I can just preserve. Really crank this up so I can see where I'm adding stuff. What's up, Joker? Thanks. I'm working on the miniature version of the card. So I'm trying to preserve the same look, but make it a tiny one. At least minimized one, you know. Whoops. That is on the wrong layer. Here we go. Dragon, thank you for the good vibes. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Dun, 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 dun. is definitely going to be one of the harder ones. The rest should be easier. It's more straightforward. But this one requires a little bit of ninjutsu, some compromise. All right. That's good for that one. Moving on. This one's probably also going to be hard. Let's be honest. Hey, Riz, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, welcome in. What's up, Adrian? How you guys doing? How was your stream? Oh, I'm currently working on some pixel art here. I've got the big version on the left here, and then I'm making like a mini version of the card on the right so that they can scale into each other. So that's what I'm working on for my deck builder game here. Deck builder tower defense game. Finally back on track, kind of, but not really. Unacceptable. Right now I'm working on the ice card, so I just started it, so it's gonna look a little rough. The mini version, that is. I just scaled it down, so now I gotta go and clean it up. And this one I don't think I'm gonna redraw. I am just gonna work with what is there and try to clean it up. It was decent progress. Well, hell yeah. That is good to hear. Sometimes all you need is a little progress. Doesn't have to be earth-shattering, to-do checking progress, but inching forward. That's what it's all about. Let's pull that background too. I want that. That deep BG. How is that you got this high def drawing? Do you always go high first? High def? Not sure what you mean. Do you mean like, do I always start with a more detailed, bigger picture and then try to shrink it? If that's your question, then no. I'm only doing this because in the interface with the card, like let me show you. We're about to go into ads, but hopefully I can show you this before the ads hit. What up, Bink? What's going on? Bink, is that a reference to Pierce Anthony? What are you up to this stream? I'm working on creating, you can see the card when it's full size, it has more detail, and you can, you read the title and like see what the card does. And then when you just have it sitting in your interface, the text is like reduced to just like a pixel line to kind of represent that there is text there, you just don't read it. And so I'm trying to create the interface where you can like zoom in on your card like that. And so it's kind of like it's like a thumbnail, but it's still like, you still know what it is. And so the old art was designed to be an even smaller card, but I just sized it up a bit. So now I have a little more detail I can put on it. So I can actually make it look like the card itself. But that's the only reason I'm drawing like two sizes of the same thing. So yeah. You missed the new card thing. Yeah, I just built that like the past week. And like just got it to do the scale thing, and I need the new art to help make it so that it's still recognizable as the tiny card. So I'm doing the scale thing, trying to make a thumbnail version of it. And initially I had designed it to look more like a let's see. So like this was like it was like an ice cube that I had before. So that was going to be like my kind of note of what it was supposed to represent, like it's the ice card. But since I sized it up, I got more pixels to play with, and I found that I can actually make it look like the real deal. even though it's like a bit of a compromise. Like I just finished this one, and this is probably like the hardest one to like shrink down because the detail is like kind of small. So it's a little bit different when it's smaller, but I think it serves the purpose. Let's see, like, you know, it's like you're looking at it like that size compared to that size, you know? So like when you size it up, you can like see how they're like, you know, obviously I'm starting to let go of some detail, but it's what we got to do. This one turned out pretty good as like the tiny version. It's one of the harder things to do. Pixel art. Scale things. You mentioned before the game was sort of a learning experience. What other things would you want to work on after this? In terms of improving myself as a game dev? You guys are asking layered questions. I'm trying to keep up. I would say things that I am trying to improve upon is my design sensibilities. And I'm also trying to improve the idea of like how to engineer a game, you know, putting together an interesting set of variables that intrigues you to like conquer the task at hand. Which is a bit obscure, but it's like vital, you know? Here, let's just delete this old thing and then, but I'm trying to get better at art, get better at animation. This orc right here is the new orc that I want to do. And the old orc that I have, let me show the old orc. So I decided I wanted to have more of a bulky orc that more represented like what I had in the splash art. So I wanted to make a bit bigger so that I could give him more muscles. And I've redrawn this orc a few times. He's kind of like the default enemy, you know, like it's like the orc clan's coming to get you. And this is like the basic guy. And you can kind of see how like I'm trying to improve like my sprites as well, how they feel and their kind of their character. And one thing I didn't like about this old orc, basically the only thing I didn't like about it was A, I didn't give him the loincloth, and B, his head was a bit too square. I wanted it to be more rounded. And on top of that, I wanted to see more muscles. So that's one thing I was improving upon. Before I go, what happened with TikTok? Oh yeah, sorry, you asked about that earlier, Riz. So TikTok has been shut down in America. So if you have a TikTok in America and you try to open it, it'll immediately give you a message that says, you know, it's been banned and you can't access it anymore. And then it gives you an option to either click to like go to a link in Chrome to like read about it, or you close the app. So it's like shut down in America. Because the Supreme Court voted 9-0 to uphold the ban, which was saying that if the owner of TikTok, ByteDance, doesn't sell their company to an American, and it, you know, just to have it run by an American and not by like a Chinese entity, then they were going to ban it. and they didn't sell because they were like, we're not selling shit. And here we are. So yeah, TikTok's been shut down. And I think it's bullshit because I think also Marvel Snap was shut down. Because I don't know if ByteDance is related to that. But this is just like the first pebble down the mountain. This just means they're going to, whenever it's convenient to them, they're going to just ban it. Ban stuff that competes with them. So now it's like more like people have to, they're trying to force people back onto Facebook and Meta crap, you know, like Instagram and whatnot. And so they're just trying to create a monopoly, basically. Because honestly, they don't actually care that about the whole data thing. They're thinking like China stealing the data and stuff like that. They don't actually care about that. They just care about buying Meta stock and then banning it here. And then, you know, Zuckerberg paying like $8 million to lobby to have it like banned so that he can just get more business. Like if they actually cared about, you know, people stealing our data and stuff, they would be regulating shit a lot more. And, I just think they got outclassed by the TikTok algorithm because people who didn't have any like social standing, status, connections, people were just nobodies who could jump on a TikTok and then like actually get seen by people. But like the way it works on like X and like Meta, all the American ones, you have to have like, you have to pay to get attention, or you have to like have a celebrity or someone who's already big content creator like boost you up. So it's a gate kept thing. But on TikTok, it's like if you have something that's good, some good content, then you can get big. And that's like really helped a lot of people launch a lot of businesses and do a lot of cool shit. So yeah, it's fucked up. It seems very crazy. You will check this out. Yeah, it's basically what's going to happen is Trump is going to most likely sign an executive order to, and what an executive order is a command from the president that says there's a law on the books that says TikTok has to be banned, and it's a law. But what the executive order does is it overrides the law. It says don't enforce this law, ignore the law. But it doesn't take away the fact that it is a law. And what that's going to do is like make it maybe come back for like 90 days. They're calling it the 90-day extension. But that's all it's going to do is like extend it to be like you have 90 days to still sell the company. So all that means for content creators is we just have 90 more days to like use TikTok before it's officially fully gone. So like I'm going to be getting all over that. If it does come back, that's what I'm going to be doing, is trying to promote and get wish list ignited for the game, because my Steam page hopefully will be approved in another few days, and then I can start like, you know, I can do a name reveal and then start getting people to go wish list the game. And so I'll just spam on TikTok to try to get some, you know, some attention for that. And then after that, it's just trying to make it work on YouTube and Blue Sky. And I don't know, maybe try Instagram and X a little bit, but honestly, the engagement on those sites is atrocious if you're not like paying for things and just getting sucked into their capitalist engine. So I'm gonna miss TikTok, because I was just starting to like figure it out, you know? It's very sad. I barely tried using TikTok. I was getting good feedback there, more than other platforms. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's what they do is they don't gatekeep at all. They just put your crap, your shorts, your content in front of like everybody. Not like a million times over. They will like test your stuff. And if it does well, then they'll keep rolling it out further because it helps them get more people hooked onto the app. But like, if you show it to like, say like 500 people and there's not much engagement, then they're like, okay, this is not that good, so we're going to bury it. So it really just comes down to, can you get them engaged in the first, can you get them to like hang for like 5 seconds or more on your short? And then on YouTube, it's totally different. It's like, can you get them to click on the thumbnail through the thumbnail and the title? And then once you click them into the thumbnail, can you hold them for more than like, 5 seconds? So it's kind of like more complicated, but it's essentially kind of the same thing. But then, you go to like Instagram and you like scroll through and you see like a person's post and then you see a bunch of shit that's like sponsored post, ads, like suggested stuff that has nothing to do with you. And it's just all of this garbage. And you're barely seeing like the people you actually subscribe to and stuff. And it's just this big mess. And so it's really hard to break through all of the bullshit. And now they want to like add like the AI fake users. So it's just going to make it more convoluted, harder to break through. So it's really, it's just like a dying platform. And they lobbied to ban TikTok so that they could try to like resurrect it. But it doesn't change the fact that it's a piece of shit. And it just doesn't help people that don't already have like status. And the people who are like already successful, they're starting to see their numbers dip because people are getting sick of like of Instagram, the way it works, the way they're just trying to make money now. And it's not for the little guy. It's for the people who want to like pay to win. But anyways, that's what's going on. And today is like supposed to be the official day that it gets banned, but it was shut down last night. So there's a bunch of like TikTok. There's 170 million Americans who are on TikTok. And so there's 170 Americans today on the internet that were addicted to the short content and the algorithm on TikTok, and they're just like wandering the internet and like wondering what to do with themselves. I like TikTok too, man. I like to just doom scroll every now and then, and I'm gonna miss it. It's like that scene in Cable Guy when like the cable goes out and there's one guy who like picks up a book and he starts reading like, a novel, but like everyone else is just like freaking out. It's like books used to be the cable, man. Books used to be the doom scroll. It's very sad you really tried TikTok more than other platforms. Yeah, the engagement's good there. What was the justification for banning TikTok? They were trying to say that like it was China harvesting data on America. And if you want to talk about harvesting data on America, then let's talk about Pokemon Go. Because that's the game that like you would sync up your phone to GPS, and if and it's like a China owned or something. I think it's Chinese owned company. Or owned game, and any place they were like, what is like, can you please go and map out this area? So go find this like, this Pokemon in this area. So they have the person with their GPS walk up to these areas and like literally are just mapping out the entirety of America for you. It's like, you want to talk about data harvesting, then why don't you talk about shit like that? It's like the thing that happened on TikTok is there wasn't a lot of censorship, and you could, as an American, you could post whatever. And all I ever saw was like other Americans' content, and it was just people like reacting to what was going on. And it was very like bleeding edge of like when things start to happen, people are immediately posting content about it, and you're getting like the real like what's going on sort of information. So it's harder to control. I think that's why they really got rid of it. It wasn't because they were worried about data harvesting, it was because like every time they fuck up as a politician or whatever, that they get called out easily on TikTok. People just call their bullshit and they don't get censored, but all the other platforms, they're more likely to get shut down, especially like YouTube. YouTube's very like censorship oriented. That's why Zuckerberg has come out recently and said, oh, we're going to get rid of our fact checkers and now you can like spread whatever information you want, to try to like win people over from TikTok. But it's just a ploy to like make money. Like I'm telling you, like I posted the same thing last night on both Meta, on Instagram and on X and on Blue Sky. And on Blue Sky, I was already getting like good organic engagement. X actually was like, it wasn't really that great. I mean, it's kind of something, but then I literally got 0 likes, 0 engagement on Instagram. And to be fair, I never post on Instagram, so it's like, why would there be people expecting my content? So it probably was like foreign to them, so they just thought it was an ad. But that's the point. It's like, it's hard to like get on top of the noise on Instagram, and it's just a mess. I just don't think it's a viable platform for the up and comers like myself, you know? It's for the people who have already established an audience over the pandemic or something, and who knows? You're gonna go now. Have a good time. See you soon. Riz, thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate you. Dura, thank you for the sub, man. Let's go. Your damn fridge tracks me nowadays. Jokes on them. I don't use any social media. That's fair enough, man. The only reason I'm getting deeper into the social media algorithms and stuff is because I'm trying to find a way to market the game. And that's literally the only reason that I use social media. I was using TikTok to like kind of for entertainment purposes, and I'll use YouTube for like information and stuff, and sometimes some like commentary, but mostly I'm just out here watching Twitch streams and chilling, you know? But I don't know. Maybe I'll get deeper into YouTube to fill the TikTok void. Woo! Yeah, thank you for the 27 months, Tara. Welcome in, man. It's going pretty good. It's just a chilly day and out here trying to stay cozy and talk shit about the TikTok ban. For the people that don't use or never have used TikTok, they're not going to care that it's banned, and they won't give a shit. But like, keep this in mind that like Marvel Snap was also banned, from what I hear, because I think that was also maybe related to ByteDance. So basically, if a game is like partially owned by a Chinese company, they can just ban that shit in America. Like League of Legends, I think. Like there's all kinds of like major games that like could potentially just suddenly go away because they decide, oh, we have the legal right because it touched China, so must be harvesting precious data from all the gamers out there who are just playing a game. You know, it's like it just opens the door for like who knows how far they're going to take it. TikTok's just the beginning. But the reason why I'm sad about it is because of the marketing opportunities that I will miss out on. And I wish I posted more. But it was hard. I wasn't ready to promote very well because I'm about to have the app live on Steam to wishlist, and it's only just about to get approved. So I wasn't ready yet to really push a big marketing for the game because I haven't even talked about the name of the game. You know, it's like, it's hard to, you know, like, to market something that you don't even have a name for it that's public yet. What? Gib with the Prime. Thank you so much for the Prime, man.
Subscribed. Hello.
You never used it? Sounds good. Fair enough, Dura. Fair enough. There's like 170 million Americans who are like really sad right now because it went away. After the advertisement, I've seen on YouTube, I would never accept a penny from them. You think we need to be more worried about the companies within our own country? I think so too. What's up, Gibdak? Things are going pretty good, man. Thank you so much for the Prime Gaming. I agree, because I think, like, when I go to like Instagram or, you know, X, I just think the way they make those sites function now is pay to win. They just want to harvest your money, and they're not trying to help you succeed. Like the way TikTok helped you succeed, that like benefited both you and them, was they're like, as soon as you become like a partner, once you get a certain amount of followers, you can start selling merchandise or something through the TikTok shop, and people, they would make money and you'd make like money, you know? And so like they were just trying to make you popular. So then that way, if you get popular enough, if it works, then you can like make money and everyone can make money. But it's through organic growth. So they like benefit from you becoming bigger. But on like X and Instagram, they want to make it really hard for you to become successful. So you feel pressure to get the verification check, pay $15 a month to, you know, have the blue check, and then like spend money to promote your posts. They want you to just put money that goes into their platform and you get nothing out of it, you know? So like maybe they'll promote you to like some AI bots or something, and like you're just basically, it's artificial engagement. And instead of like on TikTok, you could get actual real engagement. I think on YouTube, you can still get successful through posting interesting content. So there's still hope, but YouTube is more restrictive. But for me, I don't really care about that, because it's not like I'm trying to like get political or weird about like what I'm posting. I'm just promoting a game. So I should have no problem on YouTube. But from what I hear, if you're just trying to solely be a content creator, YouTube is like, the juice isn't worth the squeeze. Like the amount of work you need to do to be like on top of the YouTube algorithm and be big, is the money you get from AdSense or whatever. It's like not all that worth it. It's only really worth it for the people at the tippy top. You know, you got your Asmon Golds, who like every time he posts a video, he makes like 30K, you know, like a day or some shit. Like he makes an insane amount of money. But anyways, the finished game on Steam, wake up $2 million the next morning. It's that simple. Maybe for some it is. Blue Sky is the place to be. Yeah, I've been posting on Blue Sky. There's definitely, they don't have any ads, and they just push your content out. And I've been getting just organic engagement. And I've been following other game devs and trying to like give love on Blue Sky. So Blue Sky is up and coming, because it's not like they're trying to grab people at this point, and they're not, so they're leaving out like ads. They're not trying to charge you anything. So it's still kind of like the Wild West for a time. And then eventually you'll get as big as X and Instagram, and then they'll start doing all the bullshit. So it's about getting in early on a thing, and as it grows, you want to be part of that growth. Kind of like what happened in pandemic when everything exploded. You know, you hope for another boon or whatever. But you got to be out there posting stuff, you know, get good at posting content. I need to get into the indie dev starter packs. So you're saying like have like a asset pack on itch or something? You love Blue Sky? What's up, Dave? I think Blue Sky's chill. I'm super down, and I'm definitely trying to post stuff there. And then I'm posting stuff on X too. Like I post the same thing that I would post on Blue Sky everywhere else, but I'm trying to like make it, I'm just more focused on the community on Blue Sky, where I put it on X just to do it, but there's not a lot of engagement. And on Instagram, I have like almost no engagement. But I'll probably try to up it a little bit, but I'm not going to pay for anything. Like, meaning I'll just try to post more on Instagram and X, but I'm just going to focus on the real stuff, like making quality YouTube videos and just engaging with people on Blue Sky. Cause I like seeing all the other indies on Blue Sky. Just like it's not like a bunch of crazy noise. I'm actually able to see other indies and just like engage with their content. Comes down to discoverability, you know. You want to be able to get yourself out there. Excuse me. Oh, Blue Sky has a starter pack for people joining or people that want to follow a bunch of people that do similar stuff. The starter pack is one click, follow all these cool people. Oh yeah, I've done that. Yeah, okay. I know what you're saying. Am I de-resing my art? Yeah, let me review what I'm doing here. So in the card system that I have, when you pull in a card, it shrinks to this small form. And then when I roll over it, it shows the full card. So I'm trying to create a little bit different art for the scaled down version. And so this is why I'm like de-resing or shrinking the art so that in this animation it can scale. But I can't just like shrink the actual pixel art in the code because it'll like smash it and make it look like shit. I have to like redraw it at the smaller size to make it look recognizable as the thing that it was, even though I'm kind of like deleting a little detail, but it's just like a thumbnail of it in a way. So that's what I'm working on. I'm working on like the de-resed version so they can kind of work together, you know, one becomes the other. So that's why this looks like shit and I'm trying to like fix it because I scaled it down because that's what happens. It like doesn't know where to put it, doesn't know what pixels to get rid of and where to put it when it's like compromising and shrinking. So it makes these weird compromises and you get these strange looking amalgamations of what it once was. And then, so you got to go in and kind of clean it up. And then, so that's the mission here. So I'm just going to be cleaning, trying to make it look cool in a smaller form, but still looking recognizable to the big one. Before I had it, here's one I already did. And this is the other one that I already did. That's the smaller version. This one looks pretty tight. It came out pretty good. This one was tough. I think it's really hard to make this one scale well because he's such a skinny character. I think it's going to function in the context, you know, when you see it small, you're going to be like, oh, that's that other card. And you're not really going to think of it like this. You're going to think of it like as the big art. That's just kind of scaled down, you know. That's the hope. Because I think the scaled, like I was playing Magic the Gathering on my iPad and I was trying to like, and I was also looking at Hearthstone and a little bit Balatro and like trying to figure out what's like a cool card interface. And I like this cards that scale and feel like you're picking the card up and you can kind of like drag the card around. And so I'm trying to bring it together so you feels like you have like a bit of a deck, but I can't have the cards be super big in your deck because in the interface I'm trying to have other stuff. So I have to create these kind of like mini versions, and then that way I can get the scaling, and then I'm gonna work on also the dragging soon and stuff like that. You can't believe they banned TikTok. He didn't even break Twitch TOS. get pixels. Have you thought about the smaller card just having the title and not the description? As you can see, the text is not even there at all. It's just like a line that represents the text, you know, because I can't shrink the pixel font any smaller. So it's because I'm making a true pixel art game. I'm not like a lot of people that are making pixel art games these days, and I think it's more marketable. It's like a wise path. I'm not against it at all, but it's not what I'm doing. They tend to like take like pixel art style and then they put it onto like 3D models and then put it in a 3D environment. So it's like pixel art, but it's really 3D with pixel art textures. And a lot of other people will be making pixel art that isn't true pixel art. So it's like you have like a lot of extra pixels on the screen. So you get a lot of extra detail. My game is not like that. I'm true retro, where meaning the size of my game is 460 pixels by 270 pixels or something like that. So it's like actually there's only 470 pixels on the screen for me to work with. That's it. So I can't shrink stuff smaller. It's impossible. I have to draw it smaller, some representation of it. Unless I like make it not true pixel art, not true retro, where I would make it like make it look like it's bigger pixel art and then like have like more pixels on the screen. But anyways, goddamn Balatro is amazing. My apologies. Why can't you shrink it with the code? Because look what happens. Like, look at these compared to each other. I already cleaned it up a little bit, but you can see how it's the small version here is already like when I zoom into it, you can see how it's kind of crumbled and starts to lose the original drawing. You know, you start to lose a little bit of stuff. Like you can see here, like on the arm, and things are just kind of like losing meaning because there's less detail. And if I was to do it in the code, it would mercilessly crush the pixel art into something unrecognizable and gross. So I'm manually doing it so that I can go in and then be like, oh, see, looks how his teeth are like missing. So now I'm adding the teeth back in, stuff like that. If I was doing this with like a game engine and doing like the 3D pixel art thing, then all this stuff would just like scale without problem and I wouldn't have to be doing any of this stuff. So I'm definitely taking the hard path here. There's no question about that. There's always a more convenient path, and I'm just doing what I'm doing, just taking my route, and it might be crazy to some, because all they're concerned about is like speed and efficiency. But for me, I enjoy the distillation, the derezzing. It's like difficult, but it's what's going to be best for the game, so I'm just on board with it. Because I definitely experimented with like scaling things and tried to come up with easier solutions, but in the end, this was it. This was the way. Wow, this is heavily saturated. I definitely have to answer that question like every stream too. Like, why are you doing it this way? It's so hard. I'm like, yeah, no shit. I don't know why I'm doing it this way. Because I like how it looks. I just like to produce things this way. I don't know. You don't like the pixel art where they add bones and just rotate it? It's fake retro. Yeah, Code Matt is like on board with that. I mean, I'm just trying to make games as if I was like making the game for the original Nintendo but not quite. I mean, I'm like a little lax on the rules because I think they had color restrictions and other even smaller pixel displays. I'm just trying to go for like a more traditional feel. And I also just don't want to get involved with 3D. I want to keep it very 2D because I'm writing the engine. So I'm keeping it 2D because it's more simple. The only thing that I could potentially be doing that I'm not is making the art, making the game like a lot bigger and then like expanding the pixel art to still look as if it's retro, but like sneakily have like more pixels to play with. I'm just not even considering that because at that point I'd be able to use like anti-aliasing and it just wouldn't look right. You know, it's kind of how the pixel art in 3D environments are always going to be a little fuzzy, but my game is like crisp. It's absolutely crisp because it's perfect pixel. Even no matter how big the game is scaled, it's always just like a duplication of the pixels. So everything, there's like no, if there's any blur, it's because it's an intentional blur. So it's very sharp and there's never any anti-aliasing. It's just like a very like sharp sort of game. Bit more beverage here. Make sprite sheets for 3D models at 1K texture. Nearest neighbor scaling. Yeah, that's exactly it. I'm using nearest neighbor scaling. And so I'm trying to work within the confines of that. And where it gets really complicated is the crossfade scaling method that I'm using. So it's like you guys see that I'm making this smaller de-resed card and then I have the bigger card. And so in order to make it work for scenarios like this, where the card is big and then it scales down, I have to crossfade the small one onto the bigger one as they go into each other and they crossfade into each other. So it seems seamless, but it's really two things coming together. You can tell more of a snap right now because the art isn't similar enough. And that's what I'm doing now is to like bring them more together. So it'll just seem like the card itself is kind of like shrinking when I'm done. But it's already like passable, you know. Game is rad. Lurk here often. Well, Dave, I appreciate it, man. I also don't think there's anything wrong with the other methods. I'm just going the route that I'm going because I'm trying to write this and art-wise, there are compromises I've got to make, but I think there's ways to make it look good and feel right. Battle scenes look pretty cool. Yeah, you definitely don't use skeletal mesh. No, I don't. Things are very raw pixel art. And I'm just trying to use tricks of the trade that I learned as like a Flash developer and a JavaScript, developer, animator that like I've done many times over, and I'm just using it in this context. So it makes it hard too, because I'm like worried that like my effects won't compete with like the 3D stuff. And in some ways it can't, but the point is that it is still entertaining enough that it doesn't have to be like better. Because I think we're no longer in the age of like, we need the most realistic, the absolute best stuff, because it's already been done a million times and people just don't care anymore. People only care about charm and how fun things are. So that's what I'm going for. I'm going for like a certain charm and still be like, hit the same notes in my own kind of pixel art way, you know? Everyone takes liberties. Just try to make it look good. Most modern retro looking games would never work on a retro console. Yeah, totally. And I don't think mine would either. But I'm just trying to avoid overcomplicating the graphic process. You know, I don't want it to get like overly complicated. That's the point. Keep it simple. And that means there's limitations, but I'm literally just pushing it to that edge as far as I can go with it. Make it very readable. The only shader I'll accept in a 2D game is CRT. Anything else, and I'm phoning the Pixel Police. I haven't used any shaders, but to me, like the way people describe shaders, I've never really written a shader per se, but the way I think that people describe shaders, it sounds like particle engines. And I've written many particle engines for, like, you know, the Flash stuff I did in the past. And I'm definitely going to be writing some particle engines, which I think, you know, you would translate as shaders at some point for like the weather effects. And pretty much that's the only thing I'm going to be using it for. I think I was considering doing like a different, like a masked out version of the card. And because right now I have like the straight mask with like covered by like the pixel fire. And I don't really like how that looks when you like play the card. But I was considering doing like maybe some masking at most. But the masking in SDL is convoluted and not the best. But you can get it to work. You just have to like basically set a certain color that you can then like color correct or modify into like a alpha 0. Stylized is fun and your animations look nice. Well, thanks, man. So you got the card community and you have the tower defense community. I would definitely focus on that market. Yeah, well, I'm actually trying to expand a little bit on the deck builder side of the game and see if I can't really like severely merge the deck builder and the tower defense experience more. And that's why I've been really focused on trying to get the deck stuff worked out. I'm still working on the initial idea here of the AoE cards, but it just kind of depends on how it feels. And I'm still kind of I'm just trying to get stuff built to try to demo it to see how far I want to take that. But yeah, the tower defense helps it keep it like a simple scope. But it's almost like if I would originally just made a deck builder game straight up with nothing else, it would have been easier. So like, it's kind of funny, but like, I'm glad I went with the tower defense because it allowed me to explore making sprites, getting better at animating sprites and characters, because that's going to be important to my next game. And, you know, I'm going to just get better at making a card system, and that's works for this game. That's probably not necessarily going to go into the next game, but it doesn't matter. I need this game to like help me prepare for the next game. So it's good for all of that. I do declare, but I am hoping that by increasing the deck builder approach, that it'll be appealing to other deck building communities. But we'll see, because it's not like a two-sided deck building. It's like you're playing with a deck into a tower defense game, and it's not like they're playing a deck back. So that's the difference. I don't think I've ever really seen a game like that necessarily, but I think it probably does exist. I'm just not aware of it, and I just hopefully it works, because like I'm making kind of a weird decision there by fusing two genres like that, and that's not always the best idea. It doesn't always work, because it's like you're either going to grab people who are both tower defense and deck builder, or you're going to get none of them, because they're like, they don't like the tower, like one doesn't like the tower defense and the other one doesn't like the deck builder, so they both quit. So it's like it could go one of two ways. You love a good mixed game. Well, I hope so. I mean, I think we're getting to that age where these genres are gonna start there's just so many games that we have to start changing things, you know, going in different directions. Follow everyone in those communities and start interacting. It's not a bad idea. Give me an ActRaiser over ActRaiser 2 ideology. ActRaiser. I have to look this up. What is ActRaiser? Game? So ActRaiser looks like a, was it like a Amiga game or something? It looks old school. Looks kind of good. And let's compare it to, I bet you went 3D, didn't it? Wait, what happened? It still looks like pixel art. What happened? What's the story there, Dave? Is this another storyline where they like they suck you in with like retro pixel art and then they like make it a 3D game for the sequel or do some thing to take the rug from under you? It's one of the best mixed genre games. Okay. So ActRaiser 2D side-scrolling action, then city building. ActRaiser 2, they got rid of the city building. Oh, shit. Okay. So they felt like the platforming was the most marketable and the easiest to build. Because all they had to do was like reskin the code, but then the city building was probably buggy as hell or something, so they just gave it up. I'm making assumptions, but it's interesting. Like, why did they give it up? Those bastards. This is actually pretty decent so far. Like, I don't think I have to clean this up too much. Too much. Definitely a bit more, but it's already kind of decent. Called ActRaiser Renaissance. Also fire soundtrack. Like, seriously. ActRaiser. I'll accept that challenge. ActRaiser, iconic themes. Fillmore? I just added Fillmore from ActRaiser to the queue next. So we'll see what this Fillmore music is. So the gameplay loop was you're an angel sent down to an area full of monsters. Clear them in 2D side scrolling. Then you send down 2 people into the area to build a town. Oh, interesting. So you've been working on some of the cards before, but you didn't ask how you're integrating them into the gameplay. So Dura, I haven't fully come forward with how I'm going to be doing that, but I will show you the original plan that I was super open about was when you kill enough guys, you earn experience, and you get, like, basically when you get your experience bar completely full, I deal you 3 cards. And out of those 3 cards, you pick which card you want. And these are like, they're like the bomb cards. Like, you know, if you're playing like a shooter game and they like, you always get like the bombs and it's like the big AoEs, right? So that's what these are. They're the bombs. They're the big AoEs. And so you pick from the AoEs what you want after you've killed enough guys. But there's another system that I'm considering, and there's going to be a different sort of integration of how to play. But I have to demo it and like work on it myself, and I can't fully get into it because it's just not, I haven't fully experimented with it on my own yet. I just know that I'm considering going further with the deck builder stuff to make it more of an actual deck builder oriented game that's essentially a tower defense through deck builder kind of a thing. And part of it is getting over these initial hurdles of how is the interface going to look. So it's basically starting with these AoEs, trying to get these AoE cards working and firing. Ooh, this song slaps. Fillmore. It's going on the list. Slap at the bass. That was a fat tune. It's on the list for all time now. But yeah, the deck builder system is going to be TBA. And as soon as it's probably the next few weeks, I'll start to come forward with it. I basically just have to like kink out the interface of it and make sure that I like it before I start rolling it out and like talking to you guys about it. But yeah, deck builders are fun. Hell yeah, Dura. Yeah, you'd be a good representation from the Hearth crowd because like, it's going to be interesting going that route. It would be smart to build the deck in a way that makes the game more replayable. Yeah, it's going to be more of a game of chance in the sense that, you know, it's like you think about Hearthstone, you pick your deck, you put your deck together, and then when you go into the match, the deck is fed to you. And so you're kind of like at the mercy of how it's dealt to you, but you pick the deck itself. So you have some control over it in a sense, but, each match you have to basically adapt to what you're given. And I'm kind of considering maybe an approach like that. But it really boils down to how the interface works because like I said, I'm merging deck builder with tower defense. So it's like, how does that work? And so that's the part that I'm I'm kind of not talking about it until I just, because I don't want to brainstorm it. I just want to, you know, solo brainstorm it, and then once it starts feeling right to me, kinking out like because it's going to be a pain in the ass. It's already a pain in the ass to animate and get these cards working, and so it's like a slow thing that I'm gonna have to just grind on. And I'm just talking about visually, like making it like a feasible interface that just is like intuitive and good. And that part is not like even game mechanic necessarily per se, you know, it's more like just how well the interface works to serve that game approach. You hear no music? Oh my God, I just realized that Spotify was on mute, guys, this entire time. We're going to go back and play Fillmore now that I'm going to show the music that hasn't been playing this entire stream. Unless you were on YouTube, then you heard the lo-fi stuff. Oh my God. How did it come to this, guys? How did it come to all of this? Man, there was such good music playing. You didn't even hear it. Wow, I was hearing music the entire stream and you guys didn't hear shit. How does that make you feel? I muted it because I was like listening to it on the start screen to try to figure out what I wanted to play. And then I just never unmuted it. But let's listen to this ActRaiser song, Fillmore, again, since you guys didn't hear it the first time. And let me see. Here you go. And it's on ads. Oh God. Byfask is the true legend. You guys saw me dancing to this earlier, but you didn't even hear it. Sorry about that. Byfask is the legend, man. You have saved the stream. Legend. Shit happens. You feel left out. I'm sorry. Can I make it 20% louder? The song itself is not super loud. I ticked it up a tiny bit, but I'm afraid to make it too loud because I feel like I've been perfecting the volume level. It says it's at 35 decibels. You only heard 30 seconds? All right, here. One more time, louder. Let's go! We'll just turn it up for this one song. It's only 2 minutes. This one's for Dave. Yeah! It's a good song, man. Metal remake? That would make sense, man. This is also for Code, because you only heard 2 seconds when the ads hit. That slap bass, dude. All right, it's fading out. I'm going to turn it down to the old volume. Let's see, where does that put us? So that song, when I turned it up, it went up to negative 25 decibels. So it seems like it's kind of a lot quieter. To wait for it to swell. All right, I think this one's good, honestly, this card. I think it's time to move on to the final card. Actually, I just want to get rid of this little shine here. That does not need to be there. Why is this song like extremely quiet? Here it's starting to swell. But yeah, how's that volume for you guys on the music? Did I turn it down too much? So low? Let me see. So my voice is at like negative 10 decibels. The music's at negative 40. We're gonna tick up the music, guys. I'm just like slowly trying to tick it up to negative 35 here. The Fillmore we played at like negative 25, so I'm like still lower than when I turned it up before. I mean, I can hear it. Like, I just listened to the playback of the stream and it seems like it's loud enough. I'm not, also, for those of you on YouTube, I'm not adjusting the music for YouTube at all. That's locked in at negative 35. So if anything, oh, I saw it like punching up almost to negative 30 now. It's starting to get really loud. I'm going to drop it down just a little bit. Let me see. Dave, what are you on? Like a cell phone? What was the thing? You think it may be the negative 25 plus your system volume and your voice maybe at negative 10 mic input? Yeah, the voice is at negative 10. It's super loud. And the music's always, you should always make the music a lot quieter. Moral of the story, no music. I hear music just fine on the playback. I did turn it up, but I'm not going to go beyond the negative 35 because it needs to be a nice balance. It's a little better now. I hope so. Voice is clearer than most streamers. All right, cool. I try not to mess with the ecosystem too much, but I did crank it just a little bit for you guys. Because before it was at like a negative 11.2 for the overall Spotify mix, and now it's negative 10.9. And even on Spotify, I bumped it a little bit. So it should be a little bit louder than usual. But as long as it's not drowning my voice out, that's the most important thing. And you kind of have to pick a medium volume that works for all songs. So it's kind of hard because I don't tick the thing that makes it, that forces the normalization of all audio to be like the same sound. I like there to be dynamics in the music. So if it gets quiet, it gets quiet. If it gets loud, it gets loud. But let's get back to this. We got one more card to do, which is the easy one, and that's the Meteor. Gotta do the Meteor card. The Meaty card. Oh, the only thing is I was thinking kind of into this look for the card now. Slightly flatter on the title. Well, I guess that doesn't change. Shouldn't change. You are loud and clear. You grab some headphones to hear it. Yeah, maybe my laptop speakers are trash. This is good volume with headphones. That's how I hear it, is through that little earbuds. So it's hopefully a good balance, yeah. I've spent many a time sitting and listening, trying to master that. Get it to be the right vibe. Okay. So we have got to bring the meteors into the small version. So this one should be relatively easy, but I am going to do the scale down where I grab the card from the big version and I shrink it. You should go run some errands. You need a new router and a beard trimmer. Dura, thank you for hanging out, and I appreciate the sub. I hope you have a good day, man. Stay warm out there. It's the last card, and then I think I'm going to be jumping into the code after this. I need to bring back some of these stars, probably. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Oh, this one's pushing -30 almost. Hopefully it's not too loud for y'all. You rocking out today. All right. Mini version achieved. Okay, so next up, we actually have to integrate this into the game. So I'm going to save out the sprites. Try to do a few more touch-ups here. And all right. save out both of these actually. Start with the big boy. Okay, so I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. And then I will get these integrated into the game. Excuse me for a second. Might have been grab a snack. Excuse me. I should be like just a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. And yeah, we got to get the new small card size integrated. So that's going to take some adjustments. And then I'll be moving on to another part of coding stuff. Potentially that or working on the org sprite, but probably the coding stuff. I don't know. We'll just play it by ear. All right, be right back. What's up, Zon? TikTok is trash for the soul. You didn't lose any sleep last night over the ban. Some people were unhinged about it. Read your title. Yeah, like people that didn't really use it much aren't going to mind that it went away. I agree. I think it was a massive source of brain rot. And it is what it is, you know, like the thing about it that was it was adjusting the volume for a second there. The only thing that like makes me sad about losing it was that it was a good source for advertising to spread the word about the game. And it was good for organic growth in that sense. But there was undoubtedly like a lot of garbage on it. A lot of brain rot. I think the worst of it was like the gender war stuff. Women and men both respectively complaining about dating and trying to say that like the other gender isn't shit. Like stuff like that's really garbage. And then There's like a lot of misinformation too, like just bogus medical facts. But if you just like skip past that stuff, you can like find like new games, like just interesting movie recommendations and books to read. And sometimes people have really interesting things to say. So you take the good with the bad no matter what. Humanity is what it is, you know? What's up, Milo? What's this? This is snack break. Raholt, hello. I think, like, for me, Twitch is the best place because, like, we get to actually talk back and forth. I just like TikTok for its ability to, like, grab people from the internet randomly and then pull them into my, like, universe, which is mainly, like, Twitch. And I'm going to start adding more, like, YouTube video stuff as well. But here we get to like just hang out and talk more back and forth directly. But the discoverability is more, it's just harder to find like a place where you can get discovered. And I feel like on the internet, the way that it works is that when a site is new, you kind of have to get in early and then wait for it to kind of like get big once you've kind of established what you do well on that platform. And then when it gets big and saturated, you have to move on to something new and hopefully just hang on to the audience that you've earned. But if you're trying to enter like an already saturated site, your odds are going to be way worse, basically. You meant the cards? Milo, I had a feeling you meant the cards. So what I've been working on here today was making a small version of the cards. So on the right, there's the big version, and on the left, there's the little version. And so the big version is gonna scale down into the little version inside the game. And we're about to implement the code to put these together. Because I currently have code working, but I just increased the actual width of it. The width and height, so I'm gonna have to adjust the animations to fit and blend more perfectly now, so that might take a minute. But I'm taking a little food break here. I got some leftover mac and cheese and bean burrito from Taco Bell. Trending on Blue Sky is Book Sky, which is nice. Nice, yeah. Saw book recommendations. I can dig it, man. Conversations are less than 0.1% on TikTok into Twitch. Or conversions, you mean? I'm sorry. YouTube will bring a lot more people here in time. I agree with just probably an easier conversion from YouTube to Twitch. But I don't know. I think TikTok is just good for that general discoverability. It's just good to play the game with all the tools that you could possibly use. It's not about what tool is better. It's about how to use each tool to its maximum optimization. And collectively, across all of them, you hope it's the right amount of success. So it's not about like trying to smash into one platform. It's just trying to do like moderately well on all the platforms. It's kind of like, I mean, that's just my approach from like someone who doesn't have a lot of networking connections and stuff. I just kind of I have experience, but not a massive network. So I have to reach out and find new ways to get people's attention. And so for me, it's like, whatever. I'll take whatever I can get. And TikTok was one of those things. So I hope when the executive order goes through, so I'm sure Trump will sign that I can get back on for just a little while and just try to maximize my time there. All while I'm trying to build up YouTube. And Blue Sky. I like Blue Sky. Seems like the same work, but ×2. It is, Milo, to like draw the card twice at 2 different sizes. Believe me, it is twice. Well, it's not quite. Because when you shrink it down, you just have to like fix it up. You don't have to completely redraw it. But I like how it looks in the, like here, I'll show you the interface. I recently added in the new scaling. Right now it's gonna look messed up because it has the kind of the new card, but at the wrong resolution. So that way you can see like a small version. The small version, like I said, it just looks messed up right now because it's not the right size yet. But that way it can be more compressed in the interface. And it's not gonna look good until I fix that. So we'll fix that in a minute. I don't really want to show it off. It's broken. It's broken. Milo broke it. You have to spread your effort when you don't have unlimited effort to spend. I think it's more about what platforms are worth my time. Yeah, I won't fault you for that type of thinking. I mean, some platforms I consider like Meta, like Instagram. I haven't even been on Facebook in like a decade, so I don't even know. I'm not even considering going there, but maybe I should. I don't know. But like when it comes to Instagram and X, I don't consider those like a big help, unless you're paying into it or something. But Blue Sky, there's organic growth, and YouTube and Twitch. And you bring those together. That's been the best things for me so far. And TikTok too, it did okay. Like I didn't explode. I don't even think I got like 100 followers yet. I was still in its infancy, but I was just starting to figure out how to like make content that worked on TikTok. I need to make one of those shorts where it starts with like a hot girl that says, "Man, why do guys always," and then, or like say like, what's like the best hook that they have? That's like, where they just like talk to the men. They're like, oh, I know. It's like, where are all the men without any hose? And then it like shows like a dude just like putting together Legos and just like dancing in a room, just enjoying his life. Or just have a girl come on and just be like, this is what you need to attract women. And, or like, don't you guys like need to like find people to date or whatever? And you're like, no, I don't care about that. Let me tell you about my game. I love those. because they're bait and switch, and they're fucked up. I got to do at least one of those. Though it might attract the wrong people. It's good to hear what you have found effective. You're always curious what has worked for others. You love those? Different people, I think, succeed on different platforms at different times as well, you know? Like, people that have long established themselves on Instagram probably still swear by it, you know? But as someone who's been only really promoting over social media over the past year, the current landscape, Instagram is a wasteland, and X is a little bit better than Instagram, but it's not much better. And Threads, I never really saw much worth out of Threads. Sounds like Tony and his neon signs. What's up, DG? It's going pretty good. Just taking a little burrito break. How you doing, man? We're just bitching about the TikTok ban. Some people don't care. Some people do. We're about to jump into the code as soon as I finish this. Picks up this card. Yeah, it has nothing to do with security. No one actually gives a shit about that. What they care about is like China's making a lot of money off of Americans. And they want like, now they're, you know, Trump like wants to do the tariffs and they're like banning the apps and they're just trying to make it so that like Americans can make the money instead of the Chinese or anybody else. It's always comes down to money. But they won't tell you that. They'll use fear mongering and all this shit to like be like, look at this shiny, scary thing that has no evidence. But then you see all like the people are like investing in meta stock and like all the, you know, people in Congress and stuff. They're all investing in meta stock, and there was like $8 million in lobbying to get the TikTok ban to go through. So where do you think that money went? Into their pockets. Draw a spike through his eye. What? Yeah, it was BS. Because I mean, like in the talks, when they were talking to the Supreme Court, TikTok was like, we've literally never shared like data with like the Chinese government. And in fact, we house all the data in like, I think like Texas or something. And there's actually a lot of TikTok. They have a lot of people here in America that work on it. And there's like an algorithm here that's like specific only to America. And the people that actually own it aren't like necessarily from China. They're like in the Cayman Islands or something. So it's like they just basically dismantled all their arguments, but no one cared because it's the lobbying went through and they're just trying to make a monopoly on Meta, you know? Yeah, if you're in the military and you have it on your phone, I'd probably get rid of it. I mean, do what you got to do, but I've literally seen shorts on TikTok from soldiers that are like, if you have this app on your phone, you should get rid of it. I'm like, I get it, you know, countries, like all the governments and the rich people of each country want to destroy each other and be the winner. But like when you talk like people, like the American people straight with like the Chinese people, we don't hate each other. I mean, not 100%, you know, there's like a lot of actual like peace and interest between the two of us that we're like, everyone just wants to live and let live. Oh, I see, Faz. Fair enough. You just have to think about it from the people's perspective. The government wants to be able to control its own people, and they want their propaganda to not be like destroyed by like social media. They want to be able to control the flow of information and what people believe. And that's why when you go to like big media like CNN or just any major media outlet, it's all bullshit. It's all biased propaganda bullshit. Excuse me. And TikTok was one of those places where people could just like immediately respond to all of it and be like, yeah, this is nonsense. And it's up to you to decide, you know, what fake news is the fakest. It's like you have to get better at discerning what's legitimate and you know, actually reading and like figuring out like what you decide to believe. But in terms of like a foreign government like harvesting our data and stuff like that, Sure, there's risk in that, but it's like if you use the internet in any capacity, you're going to be at risk for that stuff. And I don't know. I just don't think they were using it for malicious stuff. But also, China has like blocked every single app that we've ever made in America. So this is like the first time we've done it. They've done it a bunch of times because they want to control the information. Because that's a communist government. That's what they like to do. But yeah, like TikTok's too hard to control. There's like not a lot of censorship on it. So Americans can just talk shit and just tell the truth, and they're not going to get like any interference from it. And that's why I think one of the big reasons why they wanted to get rid of it. Makes it harder to control. Yeah, DG, I was saying like another way, like if you're concerned about data harvesting, then maybe people should stop playing Pokemon Go, because that's literally just a GPS system in foreign, I don't know, I think it's China who owns it. I don't know who runs Pokemon Go, but people are literally just walking around and mapping the United States for the enemy. You know, it's like, there's a lot of shit out there that you think just this one app is like the whole gonna give everything away. It's like, I don't really think so. Because all I see on there is like thirst traps and people like, the only thing that like makes sense to me is the fact that people in other countries can see what's going on in our country, and very clearly from like an American's perspective. And that's probably what's damaging. That's what they're scared about. Like they can see people's inner, like when the LA fires happened, or when the all the flood and devastation happens in the South, like all the crazy shit that happens, people are immediately on TikTok and like saying like, oh my God, like the government said they were going to give us like a check, but they like are telling us it's just a loan, and they like get real gritty about like what's actually going on. And you start to learn like the real shit that's going on, you know? Like, I don't know if you guys heard about like when all that was happening in the South, that like Trump showed up with like semi trucks of like goods and stuff and was like helping people immediately. And like Kamala Harris didn't even show up anywhere, you know? She was like staging like a thing looking like she was helping, but she wasn't even near the actual devastation. But mass media in America is just like, Trump's a piece of shit, and they only like try to make him look like a bad guy, and all the good shit he does, they like never would mention any of it. So it's a leak they had to plug. Thanks for mapping the entire country for us, bro. We're going to use this information for good intentions. We promise. I like loot boxes getting banned. That's good. All right, guys. Burrito's done. It is time to get into the coding. And I need to move this a little closer, actually. So I might just move this a little bit. Okay. Interface small. All right, here's the old size. And this was the 22 by 30. Wait a second. No, we want the medium, the new medium size. That's too small. Wait, shit. That must be saved on my laptop. Fuck. It's okay. We can just get it from here. We just go like this. And we're talking 44 by 60. And then look up 44. Where else does it show? So we got that, and we have the interface. Right, okay, so this is now going to get changed. So that's the old one is now that and that. And the new one is 58 by 74. That's 40. So that would be 54 on the padding. It's minus 20. Which I think that was the half. So we're talking 27 for the half. Is there anything else? This is going to be a this is going to be a messy change. So there's a lot of little areas where I need to be updating these numbers. Oops, 58 by 74. Here it was 44 plus 18. No, that wouldn't change. Wait a second. I think we would subtract. So 44 minus 54 is 14. Really? I'm not sure about this. So we're gonna track some of these numbers. So I'm gonna go with 4. It's the assumption. 20. Was that considered? No. That was 60 minus 20. So then 74 minus 60 is 14. Minus that is 6. Yes. I think that's right. In terms of where it should be placed, this is secondary card cover. So that came back plus the 19. So then 251 is going to be plus 19 plus 18. Wait, was that on the Y? That's on the Y. So it was minus 2. And that's the plus 1. So I'm assuming this is going to be 5. And this was, that was 20 minus 2. So 4? I don't know why that's so different. All right. As they say, blow it up. Let's see what happens. Let it build. Let it build. Faz is trying to draw inspiration. All right, you guys getting too heated about the TikTok stuff? What's happening? Let me pay attention to what's going on. Without taking it personally, I agree. We shouldn't have to take it personally or getting fighting words out. Does anyone need to get timed out? Are people getting stinky? Let me see. Seems like DG's has a cool hat. Are you okay, Don? What are we working on today? You guys seem fine. Let's see. Are there any good sites to learn code that isn't boring? I need something interactive. There is interactive stuff, yeah. Okay, that was a bit messed up. It came in at the wrong position and it's pushed over too much. It's not centered. It's a little low as well. So we got to fix some stuff up here. So it's off. So let's see. That should be. See if I can get a measurement of how off it is here. So yeah, I'm working on the interface for the deck builder system here. And that's what I'm in process of doing, is trying to get that refined. So that's what we're up to today. Actually, I should be able to just center this. Sorry, I'm not like super engaged with the conversation. I've said my piece. The heck? Leave that. Yeah, it's slowly coming together. Why is that missing? Did not save that side, so we need to add. Let's get rid of that. Do a line like this. My conclusion to the whole thing is that I hope it comes back for the executive order and stays around for another 90 days. And I'm sure after that, it's just going to go away. And I'm just hoping that I'm able to get a little more... why is that duplicating? I'm just hoping to get a little more marketing juice out of it. So that I can hopefully get the word out there for the game. Excuse me, damn it! Why am I coughing? What the hell? It's like bugged out or something. Why does it keep duplicating like that? That's strange. But now. Ramen, what's going on? Good to see after a week of class. I understood nothing. I just saw. Nice. Do a dopamine detox and then coding will be fun. Might be true. I feel coding is very rewarding. And it gives you that like serotonin kick where it's like, it's a stronger reward feeling than dopamine. Because dopamine is a quick fire reward. But when you're working on something, it takes a while for you to build it and for you to understand how to build it. When you finally get it done, your satisfaction is like long lasting and boosts your confidence and does all these things to like actually increase mental health. Where dopamine is like the quick fix for the next 5 minutes. So that makes sense to me. Well, Don, I wouldn't look too deeply into it. Just let people let go of people's alternative communication styles and make peace. We all have to coexist, whether we like it or not. Ooh, I feel that, Faz. Yeah, when you work all day, especially if you code all day or do something that requires a lot of mental, a lot of mental focus, by the end of the day, it is hard to like sit and want to continue learning coding and even working on art, things that require technical skills or looking at a computer screen. When you've been looking at a computer screen all day, I can respect that that's a hard thing to do. So maybe just limit yourself, you know, maybe if you're already burnt out at the end of the day, then just spend like, 20, 30 minutes on it and then just stop, just give yourself just a little window of it. And eventually your ability to focus on it and understand it will expand and you'll be able to go beyond the 30. Army's all dopamine spikes. That's interesting. Good for you, Don. Maybe my voice is just getting dry. Thank you, DG. Appreciate that. That's interesting. You went from C# to C++. Yeah, you're like losing some of that functionality. All right, so I think that's the center points. So that is 9 over. So let's try to fix that. So 9 over on the small version. It seems like I might have been feeding the wrong number here. That's the start x minus size times half. So it had to go more? Shit, what was the change? Did I say 5? Oh no, it was 9. Okay, so that is 36. So we can test that, see if that's centered now. This is the hard part, because I just have to like piece this part together and remember all the little like moving pieces to make this all center and look correct. Tired of cloud development? Yeah, making games is fun. It's also super hard. You know, it's like, it's a fun thing that's like really intense as well. Damn it. It looked like it went to the right place, actually. But what would additionally push it off? Oh, it's that other section in the interface. So here I'm saying negative, it was negative 27. And before that, it was, not negative, but minus 27. Before it was minus 20. I wonder if that's still plausible. And maybe I didn't update the detection. So let's take a look. What about the start X on the other section? So here I said negative 20. So let's go for the 36 here. I don't know why 36 would have been right. Just be consistent. And then what was the other thing? The detection, which I think I assign. Detection. This is C minus minus. Detection. Give it that card. So that just comes from that. That's already doing its thing. So the question is this what's off? Well, we changed that other thing here. And that's what creates that extra movement. That would explain the discrepancy. And also, I was 9 off. So then 36 is probably an overcorrection. So we're probably have to come back to 27. Just take it one step at a time. Where'd my little art glove go? My little art glove go. Yeah, generally speaking, guys, sorry if I'm like a terrible moderator. I'm not very, I'm not always super on top of what's going on in chat, so I might come out of left field every now and then. That's still off. So let's get rid of the 36. And I really probably should drop some breakpoints. But I'm going to start by returning this from 36 back to 27. Because I'm working here. That's what I think it's supposed to be. Now I'm going to use breakpoint. Figure out why that is different on the other place where 27 is specified. Give me a whole number. So that's the part where it corrects. So I want to know what the 27 comes out to. Damn it. When learning game design in school, do they cover the psychology of it, or is that something separate? I think that's something you have to seek out on your own, and I think they probably do talk about it a little bit. But my bachelor's degree is in media arts and animation, so it's more about the storytelling aspects of things. But I have heard some interesting things about game psychology. And it kind of comes down to the reward versus work. You know, like how much you need to grind to how much reward you get. And okay, so here it wants to start shifting. So initially it looks like it's coming in at the right place. It actually looks a little bit off, but what is it trying to adjust to? So now it's thinking 370. 370. That should be, that's the old way. Aha. That's the culprit right there. Still thinking that it's 40 when we dropped it from 44 to 40. So did I say 50? 44 to, so it would be 50. What did I do in the old one? Equals 27. Is this in the deal card? Okay, so here it's by the size times padding, and card with padding I'm saying is 54. Oh. 54. All right. We're still testing. Okay, so this psychology test, they performed a test on little kids. I think they were like kindergartners, and they put, you know, there's two groups, and in one group they had them draw pictures, and there was no promise of reward, nothing. They just said, here, just sit and you can draw. And they sat and they were drawing and just enjoying themselves and doing their thing. And at the end, when they were completed their drawings, they were given a reward. And the other group, they said, if you complete your drawings, you're going to get a reward. You know, I don't know what the reward was. Maybe it was like a candy bar or something. And the kids who knew that they were working towards a reward, their pictures were worse. They didn't do very good on them. They just were trying to get enough done on the picture to just get the reward. So they just kind of half-assed it. And then when they checked back on the kids weeks later, the ones that had no reward incentive, that just did it, and then they got a reward by a surprise, weeks later they were still drawing, and they began to enjoy the act of drawing. Where the other kids that were given the reward from the get-go and knew that they were working towards a reward, they didn't give them, or I mean, they first of all did a shitty job on their drawing initially, and then they didn't ever draw again. So like, when you're too obvious about what you're going to earn, you know, like if you do X, Y, and Z, you'll get this. If it's too cut and dry, then it's like people are only going to do as much work that they need to do, and maybe even a little less, to just get the thing. But if you get them to enjoy the work itself, and then surprise them with a reward, they're going to be more into the process. I mean, that's just the theory. And so that, I think, would go into like the game design psychology of, are you giving out your rewards too obviously? Like, if you beat this level, you're going to get this. And that's why I think like loot boxes and RNG are introduced, because it kind of makes it like spicy. You're just like, am I going to get the thing that I really want? And so it makes you kind of hang on, like working. But I think if you just know you need like one specific thing, that you're just going to like grind until you get that one thing, and then you're just going to like stop enjoying the game, you know? So it's like, how do you like give them a reward without telling them you're giving them the reward? And I may have remembered that like experiment imperfectly. So you might want to look into it. It's like, there's like a YouTube video that talks about that. You know what? I'm just going to drop this breakpoint. Does it shift out of way? It seems like it's fine. I need to realign it because it looks like there's a bit of a fade issue here. Now that it's the new size, I don't think the alignment's perfect yet. It actually looks off a little bit. Is that supposed to be the 20? All right. This might still need to be 20. The hell is that 20 coming from? One thing that I have in my game that I worry about is that there's like certain things you need to like unlock to succeed. And one of the things that I'm trying to make an incentive is like you're unlocking new enemy types as you play the game. So it's going to be different kinds of challenges that you're having to acclimate to. And then as you beat the game, you're going to be earning like new abilities, new cards and stuff. And so I think like if it's like obvious when you get everything, is that going to make the game like no longer playable? Because you're just kind of like, oh, I already beat everything and there's nothing more to earn. So I'm trying to make the game itself, even if you have everything and you play the same game with the same materials over and over again, that there's still some sort of spice to it and it's still interesting. I mean, think about it. Like when you play Tetris, you're always given the same blocks over and over, but somehow you're just like building something. You just constantly build something and it keeps you engaged. So there's a way to do it. That's what used to feel so good about WoW back in the day. It was so fulfilling. Well, see, that's the thing about World of Warcraft, right? It's like once you hit the high level, you're at end game. And like back when I played Classic, I think like 70, it was like level 70 was like the high level, I think. And once you got to the end, there was like raids you could do and there was PvP. And that was like it. And you could go anywhere in the world, but you didn't need to level up anymore. What made WoW fun was the progression. It was going and earning the new abilities and then being able to go and like level more to get more abilities. And just that process. And just like each time you're getting a little bit better, a little more advanced. But then you'd also be able to then go to an area where enemies are a little too difficult for you and can crush you and you have to be careful. So there's like this sense of danger, but you can kind of get away with it sometimes, like fighting enemies that are like, you know, too high for you. But it's like the problem is when you get to the end of the game, how do you keep the game like still playable? And I haven't played retail really. I don't know what they've done to like make it. I just know that they kept extending the highest level. You know, I think it like went to like 120 or something. What's the high level in World of Warcraft now? In Classic, it was like 60 and then it was moved to 70. And, you know, they just keep moving the bar to keep you engaged, you know? 60 for vanilla, 70 for Outlands. Okay. Could you add a randomization for runs after you beat it or add modifier states to the mobs? Might make replayability better. Yeah, well, I want to have it so that you can set like a difficulty levels. So if you're feeling casual, you can be casual. Or if you're feeling like a challenge, you can, as you're playing it, be modifying the difficulty level, and you'll be earning cards as you go, and you'll be unlocking new enemies as you go. So that the initial playthrough, there's a lot of like reveals, a lot of mystery boxes that you get to open up, and that I'm not going to be showing you like what you're unlocking. It's just the assumption that as you go through, there's going to be new things being introduced and new cards and powers that you'll be earning. And at a certain point though, I'm trying to make the core game loop work in such a way that it stays challenging and interesting. and trying to make it so you don't exactly have like the same exact experience verbatim every time you play. It's a little bit different. It feels a little bit different each time you play through. They did a level squish. I think that ruined WoW was the cross-realm play. Okay. Retail would be good if the new player experience wasn't so bloated and the MTX didn't get predatory. So yeah, I mean, I also heard that one of the major differences between retail WoW and Classic was in Classic, I mean, nowadays there's player guides across the board, so you kind of get all the information you need anyways outside. But like they built all the player guide stuff into retail. I think that's what they said. Like, so basically as you go to like do quests and stuff, it's very clearly mapped out where you need to go, how you get it done. But like in Classic, it was like they would just say, you need to go here and collect this thing. And then you're just like, where the hell is that? And you have to like figure it out. And it was even worse back at like in EverQuest. It was just like, there was no guardrails. Like you would just fall to your death in that game. Like, and it was so hard to figure out what was what and where things were. And so that made you kind of just explore the world and also be afraid, because you're just like, where the hell am I even going? And you'd like come over this like mountaintop and you'd see this literally a giant that's like the size of the mountain walking next to it, and you'd be like, oh fuck, like just shit like that would happen, and you'd be like, this is insane, it's so much fun. But if everything's just clearly mapped out, like, okay, you need to do X, Y, and Z, walk 30 yards that way, turn left 30 degrees, walk another 100 steps, and then look up and then push that button. It's just like boring, because you're not like exploring, there's no accidents, there's no happenstance. It's just all mapped out and lame, just takes the life out of it. 1, 2. It's 2 pixels off. So I think this needs to be 25. I forget what this number is even representing. I've kind of like forgot what I built here, especially while I'm like talking. I'm like not taking the time to figure this out. So I'm hoping this is the adjustment I need to make. It might even need to be back to 20, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll just see, man. You said EverQuest. Yes, I did. EverQuest was my first MMO. The first character I ever played was right after I'd read The Hobbit for the first time in high school. And when I queued up EverQuest for the first time, I created a halfling rogue so that I could hit the hide button, the sneak. And I would like literally just walk around cities like invisible, thinking I had the One Ring. Because I was a fucking nerd, bros. Morrowind is so friggin' good. EverQuest was an MMO for grown-ups. It was intense, man. Yeah, like it wasn't an easy game. For sure. You really hope EverQuest 3 isn't garbage, but I'm thinking it will be. That's sad. You still play Project 1999? I was hung out and killed Dervish all day. Queno Sewers. All right, let's see. It's still off. So that was not correct. Let's see, so that's off. There's 2 numbers that are off. Just gotta get that, fuck. I knew that making this slight adjustment to the art was gonna be a pain in the ass, because I had calibrated it to be to the old size, and I was not looking forward to this part. But it'll be worth it once it's all tied in. I moved it over to, let's see. Smooths over. Let's go back to 1. That's still too off, isn't it? It didn't change at all. So the 1, 2, 3. So that's not the right number. Maybe that's just supposed to be 20. But then this would be, it was 3 off. Did I take it on down to a 2? Should it be a 58? Card count times 54. That's supposed to be the padding. Teleports. That's EverQuest up to the 1st and 2nd expansion, Kunark and Velius. Ah, okay. Ragnarok, Ultima, EverQuest, RuneScape Classic, the glory days. Wait, is that glow? What, glow on the cards? Right here? Card glow? It's not the animation, we're still refining it here. It's not fully perfect yet. So I need to get into the weeds here. So this... it's 58 by 74 is the new size, and the old size was 44 by 60. And the padding size was 40 pad size. So I'd have the cards like slightly overlap each other a little bit, so it looks like you're kind of holding a deck of cards. So that's where that comes in. So if it's a 4 pixel overlap, then 54 would be the pad. Right? But we added all of this extra space. So if we're going for 4 pixel overlap, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we do all this extra space, which would mean 11. We'd want the overlap to be 11. So the pad actually should be, I guess, 47. But I did a 4 pixel pad. Does that make sense when I put it together now? No, it's misaligned. It's kind of, they do overlap. Overlap. I like the 54 pad. The old way would be, yeah, this seems fine. So then what's causing the misalignment? We want the first one to come in at the perfect size, perfect place. It's also a little low. We got to raise the Y. So we need it to come over like right here. This is the center point here. And we can see that it is 1, 2. It's 2 pixels off still. So that means seems like 2 pixel off. Maybe that. Why would that? No, that wouldn't have adjusted it. Alright, fuck. It would seem that the start X should just be adding 2 here. But I'm not sure if that's the case. Because I had like subtracted 2 before and it didn't do anything. So why would that not? That should be contributing to that. Doesn't make any sense. And the 54 seemed right. The overlap looked good. So it has to be related to the starting X. Let me see. What was the old number? 20? Starting X? No, that's fed into there through the deal. Okay, so... It's a difficult minutia. We will do our best. This is like the tough part about how I handle the animations, is that it's like this multi-pieced thing because it's C++. So there's not this like full system that just like you plug it in and it just does the thing. I have like this multi-layered thing that I'm moving as like one mass, like the card with the title and the description, and then I have to have it align with the little card as it scales down. So that didn't affect that adjustment at all. So let's take it down here, drop a breakpoint, and let's move. Let me go to the little window here and start looking at some debug. So we come in, card count is going to be 1, and that's going to be 1 times 54 times 54 times 0.5. It's going to be 27 minus 390. So then that should be 363, and I'm saying if it is greater than 0, the direction is -1. Negative. Is that going through? That should go through. Oh, it didn't go through. So that's no wonder that's not adjusting shit. I'm not 100% what that's supposed to be yet. But let's go here. What's next? That should skip. So our starting X is officially 363. 363 makes sense based on those numbers. I want it to be over by 2, then would I subtract a number, additional number, or 2 numbers from this? It's 1. We're getting to the bottom of it. I will destroy you, card. You will be at the correct size, at the correct place, when I tell you. Though I have to give you the proper instructions. It's all my fault. I gotta figure it out. That size, card padding, plus the X. Yeah, but that one that automatically has to go to 27. Oh, because that's an addition. It's only if I have 0 that I do that. Why do I do that? Oh God. All right, actually drop the breakpoint for a second. What does it show? I went the wrong direction on the width, but I think there was a change. So 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three. I think it needs to be 56. I feel like it needs to be 58. But then that's not accounting for pad. Sometimes this imagining stuff in my head about all the spatial reasoning for this crap, it's hard for me to keep it in my head. And so I tend to just play with the numbers until it kind of works out. I'm like, need to put it down, like write it down, but I'm trying to just see what numbers are affecting change and just do it that way, without requiring too much focus. Tends to be a little harder to code while I'm streaming. I'm not able to focus as deep. But we still get stuff done. It just takes a little longer than usual. That looks like it's still off a little bit. Or is it? That actually might be fine. The 54, or I mean 58. All right, let's take a look. Okay, that looks good. Did it move over one? 42. So the 29 seems like it goes off as 27. Honestly, maybe that just needed to stay 20. But I thought it was half of the 40. So... it's his own thing. It doesn't make sense. It should be relative. Color me confused, but we'll keep trying. The overlap seems strong with this one. Nature. It comes in at the wrong place. 20 seems way off. But it lands in the right place. And that's off. There's also, that's if I adjust, those get pushed. That's by increments. So when we deal card, that's the full size. And we got gotta be with the easing. Akira on YouTube, what's going on, man? Hello. Let me see. 4x7 need to. Should that be pushed to 58? This is the primary hover. Well, let's just remain focused on the tiny card. So that aligned well, so the negative 29 I think is accurate. So then why when the second one comes in it explodes? And it must be because of that additional negative 29? No, wouldn't do that because that's only for the deals. The dealing cards. So the cards start 332. So the card count is 2. 2 times 58, 116. Ends up being 58. So you know what? What about where I added an increment on it? Yes. 58. Knew it. I've got one. I remember. 24.
Come on.
It was 40. Okay, we pushed it to 40. Hey, B Cranker, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Okay, now it's working accurately, and I thought the 54 was off, or the 58 was off. So we need to... I don't know if 54 is the right thing, but we're closer here. What about when we spend a card? Okay, so we're getting close here. So the 58, I'm going to drop to a 54 here, here, and here.
Come on.
And check it out. Enumerate, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Damn, card flip animation feels good. Thanks, man. I'm just trying to get the animation right on the, once it's down into the small form and it expands to the big one and goes, that animation isn't smoothed out yet. I'm just getting all the alignment correct on the bringing it down into the interface. And then we're going to slow the animation down to make sure that the little card at its new size, when it expands, is looking correct and filling the right space. So the transition smooths out a little better. And then we'll see where we go from there. What's up, Meow? Did you actually make lower res versions of the cards for when they're at the bottom of the screen, or just doing a nearest neighbor resize? I actually redid the cards, but since I made it a bigger size, because initially I had like the little card, the shrink down card, really tiny, so I had to like redraw something for the card. But then I ended up doubling its size so that this is the new like minimum, and I was actually able to. I still need to raise the Y on it, by the way. It's still a little bit low, but I was able to shrink down the original, the full res one, and it kept a lot of the original data. And so it wasn't that hard to just fix it up. So it wasn't like a full redraw. It was just like a shrink down and touch up. Now it looks a little bit off. Is that because the 27? See, I had a feeling I needed to go negative 11 to 47. And I'd have to adjust the other number too. So this, I'm thinking, should be 47, get that nice overlap. And then we have to half that for this, but it's a 7. Shit. Okay. We'll push it to 48. Get a 24. Now show me 54. What was it? 54. Changing now to 48. Then adjust 24. And we'll go to 48. That's what this part is. It's just like this little tweaks to try to get it to like line up, and then it's a process. Just wandering around Twitch, seeing what other devs are working on. How's it going? It's going pretty good, man. The first half of the stream, I was actually doing the pixel art for the little version. So you can actually see we've got the big version on the left and the little version on the right. And I was able to scale it down and like preserve a lot of the data. And then we had 4 cards we had to do. This was like the toughest one to shrink down. But yeah, we got there. And now I'm trying to like integrate the new size because it's a little bit expanded. So let's see. What do we got? How's the alignment? We need the middle thing. You can appreciate the level of effort though. Oh yeah. It's definitely a lot of effort. See, that's centered perfectly, but this is off. Very impressed, spectacular work. Thank you. So we need to... Is it the 24? Should that be the 29? Why would that be the 29? It's based on the 48. Snow overlap. This is madness. How could it be so off? It is getting closer though. Yeah, so $42. Bringing it to 21 for that. 21 minus 21. To 21. 54. Let's adjust the height. Should we feed it another height? Another Y? Let's see, come in here. I think I just make assumptions about the Y. Here. Just dispatch. Is that the proper? Which point is that? Card position. So I think it needs to move up. All right, so the card shouldn't be as low. Did I have 1124 on this file? No. Okay. It's a lot of work doing all the pixel art and all the programming from scratch. No game engine, but it's rewarding. And today I'm like all coffee. I need to like drink more water or something. Get some throat coat. Backstretch. That looks off. I think I was wrong about the 21. I think this needs to remain 29. after the change. Oh my gourd. I do declare. Is that a beta dungeons over there? Welcome in. The focus is strong. How's it going? Daywalker. What's going on? Guys, check out Beta. She is playing all kinds of cool games. Fallout lately. Fallout 2. And currently I'm working on my tower defense here. Tower defense deck builder game. And it is, I'm just trying to get the deck builder interface looking good. And yeah, I'm like pretty deep focus. I'm very deep focus. We're trying to get the cards to align in the center. Taking deep breaths. Increase mental acuity. Shit, the 42. Well, what's the overlap at least? The overlap looks good. Alignment looks like shit. You finished Fallout 2, started 3? Fallout 3 is one of my favorite games. First time I played Fallout 3 was on an Xbox 360. It's a good one. It's a good one. Felt pretty immersive. Fuck, where am I going wrong here? I'm going to break out the hitbox for the card. It's going to deepen my focus. So we're going to hit the draw. And we'll pull this out. Show me the hitbox. But yeah, I hope you had a good stream. Are you having a good day? You need food, so you're going to go make some lunch and lurk. Have much fun. Beta, by all means, please take care of yourself. I'll take care of your crew as best I can. We're just chilling on some game music and trying to make progress here. Is that being addressed to the 42? That should go to the 42. Seems like that should be it. Why is it not that, though? That's fed in. And that's final size. Y'all buy your Trump coin? No, I did not buy a Trump coin. How you doing, Torkel? So detection. It's a new height. The new height is increased from 60, 74, so 14. So this way we'll see the hitbox. I'm going to see what's the deal with this start X, but let's actually look at when we deal the card. I want to walk through this function. With padding. So yeah, Torkel, I'm kind of focused up. I'm trying to like get this alignment to work correctly. My brain is functioning very slowly today. Damn, that's really wide. That's really wide. So we need to shrink that. That's has to be the majority of the problem there. So if we go into debug mode here, show me the logic when you put this together. Starting from here. So the start X is 368. And we know that the start is 390. 390 minus 22, 368. That doesn't matter, that overlap. It's a little problematic, but not too much. About to go grocery shopping, killing some time while waiting for kids to get ready. Well, I'm happy to see you, Torkel. I hope you're having a good day over there. You guys are staying warm, hopefully. Imagine they're bundling up in this cold snap. So. I need to get out of my head and write this down because that's why I keep failing. Do not have the focus necessary to do it all mentally. So we start with 390 and we're saying there is only one in the card count and start as a 368. So okay, that's the problem. So it's 50, oh, what's it, 22 to 44. It's sorting on this shape. So it needs to be we need to, because of the added margin, we need to subtract a 7 from the index. So we really just have to do this. Minus 7. And that should do it. Because before I wasn't factoring in that extra margin. Ironad, welcome in. Let's test this out. What was that overlap? I don't know if I should like make the detection box a little less, a little smaller, and if that's going to complicate things. So that means I'm going to be aligning the card a little offset, but it might be the best way, best thing to do. So I would take the detection width would be the full width minus 14 plus 7 on the X. Have I talked about TikTok yet? Yeah, we've talked about it off and on. Some heated debates went on in chat a little bit too. That I was just around for, but not really participated in, because I didn't read all of it. But I've kind of given my 2 cents on it. But how are you faring in this environment? In this turn of events. All right. So that looks good. Let's get rid of the breakpoint. And let's put it on the big view. And so that looks center. That looks good. Okay, so then that now needs to be pushed 7. All right, well, how about the secondary one? So yeah, just the big card needs to be pushed 7. But the little card is the right alignment now. And then... So yeah, it's like... Definitely needs to reduce the detection size. So that's going to complicate things. So things are getting a little weird because of this added margin. But the funny thing is that they don't have to block the app for people who have already installed it. Yeah, it comes from TikTok itself. Yeah, for sure. PR at its best. What will happen to public opinion if Trump lifts the ban? Well, there's people that are on both sides of it. You know, there's people that are genuinely concerned that it's harmful, but I hope it does come back, you know, because I'd like to hopefully benefit from the marketing. But I think it's only going to come back for 90 days and then it's going to go away again. It's already back. You're lying. You're lying, Twerkle. Stop lying to me. It's going to be back tomorrow if it comes back, or at least sometime next week, because it depends on when Trump would sign the executive order. Music fits so well. Yeah. Where was I? What was I doing? All right, let's get in here. We got to factor in the margin on the detection first and foremost. Detection width is going to equal minus 14, and we're going to say the X is plus 7, and then on the E's for the big guy, ooh. If it's based on the destination at that point, then maybe I don't have to make any adjustment. But that comes in, small card comes in at that small card size, the detection is off on the small card. So that means I have to factor that into the start X if it's going to be based on the detection. Because here I'm saying if the detection X is not at the start X, so really that would have to be start, let's see, start X feeds that. What's the Y on the detection? So plus 7 plus margin. And okay, let's see. The sad thing is I tried to like post a goodbye short yesterday right as it was getting banned. So now I might not even have to post that at all. Because now it might be old news. I fully expected it to come back, but not permanently. So it's hard to say what's going to actually happen. But Iron, I think I like your cynical take on it, that it's just purely for PR. That does seem like it would be Trump like rubbing elbows with the ByteDance CEO and telling him like, oh, you should totally just like take it down so I could put it up. It seems like it would be the perfect thing. All right, that looks beautiful. I could use a little more overlap here. That alignment is still off by 7. So I'm going to have to push that. And they're not overlapped enough. So we'll have to bring that in a little bit. So first of all, let's cruise into here under the create ease, and we will push the big card on the final destination. Let's see, we said plus 24 on the X, and I want to add 7 to it, so that's 31. Is that the only spot? Because I think the title and the other text, it's based on the card final, right? It's card selected. think I just had to make that adjustment, and then I wanted them to overlap a little bit more. So I was thinking the 44 wasn't enough, and I might push it back to the 42. My original prediction was that it would be 47, but still was not enough. 42. Just knock this to 21. And this would be 42. 42. 21. Minus the 7. That still might not even be enough. See where this takes us. It's like, end of the day, people like to go on and use platforms where if they are creating entertainment, that it gets seen. And TikTok's bar is like really low, because all you have to do is take your phone with a camera on it and videotape yourself for like 30 seconds just saying anything you want. And that's considered enough. And then you have all of the video editing and filter capabilities right inside the app. So you don't actually have to like, it's like super quick production. And you combine that with their algorithm stuff that allows absolute nobodies to get attention. It's a winning combination. Okay, that needs to be pushed to 35 again, I think. Ooh, the correction didn't do well. Why? It's the -7. 2. Give me that 35 on. That was on the detection. What did I change it to? Just keep it 25, and then I'm adding the +7, and then the so the correction was not happy. Had to step away. TikTok is back temporarily because Trump said he'd extend it when he's in office. I feel like the whole thing is a big political stunt, or perhaps Meta is purchasing it. Who knows? Yeah, it's I mean, of course it's a political stunt. It's like a it's a massive marketing tool for like 7 million businesses or something. Like there's a lot of definitely a lot of taxes and stuff that come out of it. A lot of livelihoods at stake. Why was the correction off? The correction, I did put the this was not going to match that X. No, it is. It is. Okay, okay. So that's unnecessary. Okay. Sardax gets the +7. I feel like something's still off though. Like the deal card should not be factoring that in. Have fun, man. Good luck with the kids getting your stuff done today. Thanks for your 2 cents. Ugh. That adjustment though. See, that's what I was saying. That was probably what was still off, is that adding that 7 to the first one, since the initial takes. So watch when I take this off. That closes up nicely. So it's on the deal card. We want to take away the -7 on the start. And that should do it. Because the -7 on the other one is actually factoring in the detection, where this one is actually just laying the full card out. And so we're accounting for the entire 58 pixels across, where the other one is only 42. Man, that adding that extra margin I knew was going to be confusing and making things weird, but it's totally worth it. Because it gives me the room to kind of go off with the cards a little bit. Even if I want to add like additional animation to them and kind of move them around or something. But the little ones, I'm probably not going to do much of anything like that. It's really just the bigger ones that I'm going to be doing some more movement. And I might even just stick with trying to do it programmatically. But maybe not, because it'll probably fold under the nearest neighbor. Oh my god, why did I do that? -7. Huh? That's a factor in that. But it's still off.
Come on.
You Tiny, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So I'm accounting for the margin. It looked good the initial time, but then it was when it came to the animation. Maybe at that point, I don't think of it as like the 58. I think of it as the detection, which would be the 42. So then, so we'll put it into a breakpoint, and I'll just look at what's actually happening at that moment. We're really close. It's either needs to change here or change the other place, but it seems like it wasn't landing at the right location initially here. So. See that? Is it off here by 7? Right. Okay, so we'll move it to the little one. It's gotta be, it's the 7 here. But if I take that out, aren't I supposed to be factoring 7 margin? $42, $42. So it comes in at 362. But that's its final. So that's the detection's 44. So is it plus 22? Let's try to get to the bottom of this. So 44 detection, 42 should give it that 2 pixel overlap, which is a good thing. $44. That's 20. $42. Should it be? Or it should be 22 on both counts. Why is it such a pain in the ass? We're gonna get this though. Just a matter of time. We're definitely very close. The next big piece of functionality will be being able to pick a card up and just like drag it around. So I probably won't do on stream today. So I'm gonna have to sit and think about how I'm gonna make that work. It didn't change nothing. See if that fixes it. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Setting that 1 to the 8, 1 to the 7 to make it an 8 is not it. It is something to do with, is it adjust after? So it's something to do with card start X on the secondary pass. So I need to see why. At which point do I need to factor in the 7? The 1 is different. -21. Okay, card. We've got card start X is 369. and card. Card. C position on 6. 3 through 7. 3 through 7 on that, and your card X is 369. 367. Oh my god, I can't say these numbers right. 369 minus 357 is 12. A difference of 12. Difference of 12. What's the detection? That's still supposed to be 20. It's one of those things where it's like if I took a nice rest, I would probably just come back to this and it would just come to me. I think I'm just starting to burn out a little bit. Today is my makeup stream for not streaming on Friday or Saturday. So I'm gonna try to stream tomorrow like my usual day, as it is my usual day. Today being my unusual day. That adjusted by 1. Is that correct? Still not correct. So we have card that is 58 with a detect that is 44. So that'll be off by 7 because I gave it the 7. Start 36. So all right, that's it. I kind of patched it. Make it work with this margin business. But let's see if I move it. So that's going to get messed up too. So the detection on the move, we got to factor in. Let's see. All right, so moving on to getting the camera adjustments. Keep the hand in the static in the same place when I'm moving camera angle. And that would cap, I think. That'd be the end of it. We'll see though. Let's go to test stuff. But once I cap this little bit, I'm probably going to start looking for someone to raid. I think I'm a little bit just running a little slower. Just need to eat some snacks and chill for a little bit. and then keep going on after a little while. I think I need a good long break soon. What's up, Cave? Has it been unbanned already, huh? That's what Torkel was saying. Is it real? You're the second person to say it happened. That it's back. So that's one in. Is this need to be adjusted? One, two, three, four. Two needs to go -2 on the Yeah, I was watching on it 2 hours ago. Anyways, bye, Cave. Thanks for cruising in and letting us know, man. I suppose I should take it out of the title then, if it's considered unbanned. It's gone, so just take it off the title. I'm about to end stream anyways. Current events. You heard it here last. Now people are gonna be doom scrolling like as if they're like, you know, trying to get rid of a massive drug addiction and they thought it was gone forever, so now they're just gonna OD on it. People are gonna be doom scrolling for the next 48 hours. Let's see, is this centered? Beautiful. All right, so test this. Maple Maggie. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Let's see. Is this centered now? Okay, that looks good. All right. And let's see. When we add, I'm testing a game. I've wrote this game from scratch in C++ and SDL2, and I did all the pixel art for it. And right now I'm trying to work on this interface for the deck builder system. So that's what I'll be working on right now. I'm trying to make sure it's all like aligned, and it's a little messed up, looks like. What was that little glitch? Was I just seeing things? What the hell was that? Seems like it's staying centered. We need to get rid of that green hitbox, but just currently testing some stuff. That was weird though. What the hell was that bug? It was pretty good. Your eyes hurt from looking at pixels all day. Oh no. So I figured I'd come over here so I could look at more pixels. Well, I'm going to shoot you a follow. I like to drop in on pixel art streams. I really appreciate the raid. Yeah, so today, pixel art wise, I was working on what people are saying is derezzing. Basically, I was taking these big versions of the card where I have a lot of extra detail, where this is like big enough for the text to display. And then I have like the miniature version where I shrank it down, and I was cleaning up the pixel art so that it still looks somewhat like the original. So that way I could have like a scaled effect. It's not something I can do dynamically because it's pixel art and it's like rendered nearest neighbor, you know, so I have to like actually scale it and then fix it. And so that's what I've been working on, is trying to get the alignment correct and with like the new look. Pretty nice. Thank you. Yeah, I did all the pixel art for the game, and I'm actually about to get the Steam page live so I can start doing wish listings. Oh, and ads are hitting. No! Dang ads. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. I guess I'll wait to say anything until I'm sure the ads are done. So let me see, what else did I need to get done? The ad starting made that no perfectly cut. That's awesome. That's pretty good. So what else do I need to do? Let's just hide the detection at least, and then I can think of, I feel like I want to try to duplicate whatever that scroll issue was. So we'll build again and test for that now without the detection to bother us. So that's the move function. Let's see, is it showing the big one? Okay. Are we out of ads yet? Maple Maggie. I just wanted to say, ads done. If you're hanging out and your eyes are bleeding and they're not feeling good, please go rest your eyes. Look away. Look away. I release you, and I will do my best to take care of your crew. I'm starting to circle the drain myself, but I need to try to make sure this is all finished up. But yeah, thank you again for the raid, and I will definitely drop by your stream sometime and be like, what up? The hell? What are you doing? I still need to like slow the animation down because the crossfade is definitely a little off because they're not aligning perfectly. So that still needs to be adjusted. So we might do that first, but let's see. You getting any? Oh, there it is. So if it's like mid animation and I do the camera change, it like pauses the animation. I might take that check off though, because I have the frames and I handle the adjustments in such a way that it should be able to do it. It should be able to handle the transition while the camera change is happening. It's just because I have these conditions set that say if the camera is moving, don't actually do the animation. But it has the information to run the animation. So I just have to have it all kind of running at the same time and see if it actually works. But that's what's happening because it just like halts on like a half frame and not updating it at all. So why don't we address that first? So I guess we'll take away all the moving conditions inside the card and see if that actually works. Thank you. I'll be streaming a lot for the next 2 weeks. Nice, because I'm taking part in the Pirate Software Game Jam. Ooh, that's awesome. So lots of pixel art to see and lots of suffering as I try to animate it all. Well, that's awesome. Yeah, guys, go check out Maple if you want to see her doing pixel art for the Game Jam. We like that. We like the pixel art. So let me see. That's going to be in the update function, and let's start there. Where do we actually detect for moving condition here? Oh, if moving is false, then you can deal the card. So we're not going to allow the deal card until camera done. That's fine. That's a good one. Update moving into the dealt cards. Okay, this is inside the interface. So we want to check it out here, the update here. So now let's switch this back to moving. So let's see. That said, I'm going to raid and run now that ads are over. My crew is quiet, but they are good noodles. Enjoy the rest of your stream. Thank you. And yeah, by all means, please go rest your eyes. And thank you. Thank you for being so gracious, sharing your community with me. We're pretty chill here too, especially when I get locked in. People generally like to chill for the some music vibes and some encouragement for getting their projects done. Okay, moving. Where are you? We're looking for the moving conditions. So it's here. Here it is. Moving's false. That's what's doing it. If I take this, then it should let it to finish. So I recently added the moving adjustment to happen as it goes, which is kind of insane. Mouse detection stuff should be okay. So I think that just that one condition, it might have been all that was necessary to change, because then it can still run all these vectors, assigning the appropriate scale and position. Hope you guys are staying warm out there. It's kind of a cold snap right now. As they say, winter time. Unless you're in Australia, of course, as we say. Where they are opposite. Summertime while we're wintertime. Glasses with his crumbly synth songs. All right, we build. Let me get the same issue. Normal animation works. So it looks like it's going to require that I take the move condition off of the rest of the mouse detection stuff. Okay, which I think will be okay. But it makes me want to kind of hang on to some of it just in cases. So we'll get rid of it there. We're going to allow a little bit of chaos to ensue. Because I'm pretty sure I did this before to make sure that the moving didn't change while you were scrolling. But I never accounted for if the animation was in transit. So I could potentially try to factor that in. But so this might bring back a bug. It's the only downside of this. I guess the goal is to make it just function no matter what's happening. Okay, let's see. See, that's the fact that it like lowers the card. So I think I need to bring back the move checks, and then I just need to solve the bug another way. Because I want it to stay up the whole time. So you can just like look at your deck while you're scrolling. So then I need to come up with some other solution. So I guess I could either I could just force it, or I could try to find a way to have it continue the animation through the movement. I mean, that would be like the smoothest part, doing it that way. So like, I just like it when you're moving the camera. If you're just looking at a card, it just stays up like that. The problem is when I'm like transitioning, like I just start the animation, the hover animation, and then I try to change the camera. Then you get those weird splices because it's registering as moving, so then it stops running the animation and the animation stalls out at the old coordinate. And so it starts to look like it's getting all split up and weird. So why don't we move this move check inside here. If not moving, run the animation like normal. Else I guess I would set the index. So this is on Sluggish Outro. So check for that. So if it's hovering, So this will force it, and then I'm hoping that that move function that I've written will be implementing the changes during that movement. So it'll just pop into its final position and then enforce whatever that is. So if you're like starting an animation of the card expanding, it'll just jump seems like the only reason that would fail those because the update isn't really properly working. So this will for sure determine what the deal is. That's not working properly. I need to figure out what this needs to do. Well, I think I am probably going to just raid out and take a break and then come back and figure out how I'm going to make this work. Because I think in the end, I'll try to just keep it animating through the camera movement, so it just looks smooth. So I really just have to probably look into the movement. All right. So I am going to rate someone who looks like they're building some interesting puzzle game that I think is supposed to have some pixel art. Actually looks like 3D but with pixel, which seems to be a popular method these days. Should have some pixel stuff in it, but let me see. Someone in chat, what would you say? What'd you say? Kamal, what's going on? Came in for RL, stayed for coding. Let's go. This music sums up the average day as a game dev. Vevin, good to see you guys. Thank you for hanging, man. Yeah, pretty much. I just listen to like game, like symphonic music, and it's like boss battle and then chill, like introspective moments. I'm going to be back again tomorrow, most likely, and hopefully I will have resolved this issue. And we're just going to keep moving forward on basically moving the interface forward with the deck builder system. So I think the next thing will be dragging the card around, being able to just pick it up with the mouse, and then the card just kind of follows the mouse is the idea. And then being able to just drop it, and then it like plays to like maybe the center of the screen or something. I don't know. So I'll start playing with that, but I think I just need to take a break right now and then fix this bug. I've just been fixing bugs the latter half of this stream, and now I'm starting to like need that break. Recharge the brain. You got here late, Matrix. Well, welcome in, man. Welcome in. Thanks for hanging, Vevin. You're back for the end of the stream. Let's go, Riz. Thanks again for the raid also, Riz. Appreciate that. See you in the next one. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Probably focused on coding. Just moving that interface forward. But I also gotta do the pixel art for this orc and make him run around and do stuff. So I might work on that too. Kind of just whatever I'm in the mood for, whether it's the pixel art or coding the interface, whatever seems the most fun in the moment, I'll do. But it's all got to get done. And then hopefully this next week, the Steam page will be live and I'll be able to give you guys a link for wish listing and also be able to announce the name of the game. Haven't officially shared the title, but I'm just waiting for that Steam app to go live. I probably already could tell you, but I'm not going to. I've already decided that's what I'm going to tell you. You're sleeping already, by the way. Where are you from then? Oh, I'm West Coast in America. And I heard that TikTok's back. They unbanned the ban. So, wow, 6 hours streaming. GUI, usually I go for like anywhere from 10 to 12 hours, but I don't normally stream on Sundays. But I was trying to make up for the missing Friday stream. So usually when I miss a stream, I try to make it up. But I just am feeling chill today. I don't want to go super hard. But made definitely some great progress. Integrating these the new little cards was definitely a big win. I still have to refine the animation as well. So let me write this little to-do list down. We got to fix cam move bug with card in Annie, and then we have to smooth hover Annie. So those things I'll probably do today, because this hover animation is not smoothed out yet. It's still a little rough, just because I changed the size of the card, and so the dimensions and stuff is like the calculations are a little bit off. But getting the new like mini card in is definitely good. I also need to work on that randomization. Seeing too many repeats of the cards is not. I'm gonna make sure that doesn't happen. I'm gonna put that down too, actually, because that shouldn't be too bad. So that way it's always unique cards on the deal. And yeah. So just slowly but surely enhancing and fixing the deck interface. So anyways, unbanned everywhere in the USA. That's what people have been telling me. Two separate people have told me that. But it was banned last night. Like I tried to get onto it to post a goodbye TikTok, and it was it rejected it. It said, "We saved your thing to drafts. Get off the app." I'm like, okay, son of a bitch. But as I've been streaming here, people have been telling me it's back on. They could be lying to me. I don't know. But anyways, that's it for me. Let me. I found a guy to raid over here, and he seems like he's only been going for. He's gone. Damn it! He's only going for 3 hours. These game devs, they can't hang. Wait, is he still there? No, I think he's peaced out. Son of a bitch. He peaced out. Fantosh, thank you for the follow. So I will be streaming tomorrow. And ooh, this guy looks like he's got some cool pixel art. Let's raid this guy. He's only been going for under 2 hours. So let's see what he's about. He speaks another language. I don't know if that's Russian or something. So we're not going to understand anything he says, but we should definitely just go just to check out the pixel art. Because it looks really cool. And I'll be back tomorrow. So let's start our outro tradition, which is playing some music and saying our farewells. Thanks, Fantosh. Yeah, like we definitely got some pixel art stuff done today. I'll definitely be doing more for the orc soon, trying to bring him to life. But see you later, Riz. Thank you for the raid again. And yeah, fingers crossed. Yeah, it looks like they were claiming Trump helped with the unban. Oh shit. Well, he was supposed to sign an executive order, but I guess that didn't even need to happen. All right, let's start the raid. Guys, I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you guys for watching. I'll be posting more YouTube videos soon too. I need to do another one in the next week or so. I don't know what I'm going to do yet, but check out my YouTube if you like. And yeah, I'm getting so tantalizingly close to getting like this game in like a demo form, but it's not in its full form yet. It's not even in its full first form, let alone its final form. There's much that I need to do, but it's definitely been a fun journey so far. And so yeah, this guy that we're raiding, I've never raided him before. I don't think they speak English, but the pixel art looks dope as shit. So let's go get inspired. And let me see. Was there another to-do I needed to write down? I feel like I was just forgetting something. Oh yeah. We need to check scroll bars on the card for localization issues. Scroll bars. Damn, that was the worst I've ever written in my entire life. Oh, we're just about to hit ads. Well, I'm going to jump to the raid. Here we go. 10 seconds. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. And peace out.